Hello, hello. Hey, Bonnie, what have you been up to? I seen you post on your channel. I've got to get in and visit your channel too. I haven't had a chance to visit you in a while. Yay! So what have you been working on? Anything special? Can you hear me okay? Am I too loud? I've been trying to soften my voice up a little bit. Oh, I keep getting this pop up. Wait a minute. No crafty time. You sound like me. I've been trying to move books out and move crafting stuff in my store. Oh my goodness, I'm a mess right now. I'm a disaster. I'm gonna have a special guest when she gets in here. She's coming up on my panel. Yay! So, anyways, this week, the channel that I am, let me look this up first. I do YouTube personality appreciation, which is something new that I started. It's kind of like a movement. And when you hashtag something in your description, it pulls it up when people type it into the search engine. So I wanted to not just be a number or, that on someone's stream. I wanted to start this movement because Tosh kind of um, she inspired me to do it with her Mukbang Rebels because she's trying to teach people to eat better and things like that, which is really cool. So let me get this channel up. So what I'm doing is, because I don't ever want to be like clickbait or anything like that, I put the initials of the person that I'm going to represent in my stream every Wednesday. Instead of doing 10 channels, I figured I would do one at a time and then tell you why I follow this particular channel. And what I tell people is you don't have to follow them. Check their channel out. If you like the channel and the content, then follow. Because people would rather you appreciate what they do than just be a number. So I don't know if he will be around because I've done 2 ladies so far. So tonight it is going to be a male. And from the very first get go on his stream, I felt welcome. I'm going to describe the person because that's what it's all about, is their personality. He was very warm to the stream. He is a networking stream. So he calls out your channel and he will help you find people. They come into his channel, and if you like them, you check their channels out, leave comments and that stuff, and you network the right way. And it is Think Dragon. He is hysterical. He is a very nice guy, and he's just fun. When you go into his networking stream, it's awesome. So he does a lot of lives. So he is the one that I'm going to put in now for the YouTube personality appreciation. Because I think when you study people on here, it's nice to give an idea what the person's like and that kind of stuff in that respect. So I figured this is what I'll do. I got a long list of people and I am keeping track so that you get somebody different every week. But I also do this on Welcome Wednesday. Well, hey Mel. I unpack. I've been unpacking, and if I have bought from someone in their live sale, this is the book that you're going to go in. It's either going to be a crafter that I appreciate or just someone I bought off of in the crafting community. Here, Mel. Got to get her up here. She's my special guest tonight. Surprise, surprise. So I'm going to have to figure all this stuff out, Millie. There's the link to get in here. So got to get her backstage and figure out how to. I think I can toggle all this. I haven't played with the buttons too much on StreamYard. It says device is not connected. Where is she? There she is. Okay, we'll do. Is okay. We'll do. Is
hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Mute me.
Mute me, Millie.
Mute me. I think it's good. Got it? Oh,
yay! So the first week I did JD. The second week I've done Patty Lang. The third I have done Amy. And tonight who I'm unpacking, it's a choice between two people. I have the bag sitting right beside me in a box. Let me see here. Tonight is Pearl Brown. So this is what I had gotten off of Pearl. I'm unpacking, and as I unpack, I'm decorating I'm putting stuff away in my craft room. So Pearl is going to get the page I'm working on tonight. This was fabrics I got off of her. Here is a really pretty flower book, and she's got a card, and it says, "Thank you, Tammy," and a surprise inside. You can tell I don't unpack my boxes. I left them packed because I knew I was going to change my crafting area. So now I can unpack. This was a chipboard element she had and a Bow Bunny paper pad. Oh, I love my paper pads. So we can pick from these goodies what's going to go on the page. That's how I've been doing it and loving it. So that's my project tonight, Mel. What are you doing?
I'll probably be doing some memory decks. Decorating these. Can you see them? I only see my keyboard.
Yeah, I see them. Let me see. Yeah, I see them.
Okay, I'm going to get off this YouTube and go to StreamYard. I won't be able to see the comments, so I'm going to be using my phone because I can't right now. I can't see nothing. Okay, there it goes. All right, I see it now.
Could you see the comments or?
No, I don't see the comments on StreamYard. Wait. Hey, yeah, I do now. All right. I can let go of my phone.
Okay. See how my setup is. I have Firefox open and Google Chrome, and I just set up StreamYard and Chrome, and then I'm always toggling between the two because I try to keep up with the speed, especially during the sale, because StreamYard's always faster. So
Yeah.
I toggle between, and when I'm doing my sale, I literally watch YouTube. I go to my own channel through Firefox and I watch it there to see the comments to get the lag. I never watch through StreamYard.
Oh, no?
No, because that way I can see how far the lag is behind, because I was at a sale a couple times where they were moving way too fast and they were showing like the last thing in StreamYard, and we were seeing on YouTube the last thing they were showing, but they had already put the go and it was like sold before it caught up with YouTube. So to me, it makes logical sense to watch YouTube through Firefox or another browser and not watch StreamYard.
Oh.
Because that way I get an accurate part of the lag. So what I do is open up StreamYard in Chrome and I have it sitting behind, and then Firefox is in front.
Okay.
So I toggle between the two. That makes it easier for me. Everybody has their own preference. They use tablets. I prefer to do it on a computer. I like having a big screen. Well, hey, Osang, and thank you so much for coming in.
Hello, everybody. Osang, Bonnie and Clyde.
So my page tonight will be a spread that reminds me of Pearl. I don't have paintbrushes though. Actually, I think when I think of Pearl, I think of painting. But I'm gonna do fabric for Pearl. And I tend to I'm not much of a pink person, but tonight I'm going out of my element. And I am literally going to use this pretty fabric that I bought off of her for her.
Nice. I like the pages that you be doing for your people. Earlier today, I was working on some glassing bags. I was printing them on my printer. And I only got like 3 done. This was testing it out. But then the further I got into it, the more damaged it became, so I stopped doing it. I need to figure out how I'm going to be able to print images on this, on the glassing bag, because I kind of like them. Isn't that cool?
Yeah, that is pretty. Well, I had an expensive brother. I was comparing printers. And I had a real high, I mean, it's like $18 a cartridge. There's like 5 different cartridges. It's expensive. And I ended up sending it back because it doesn't print on cardstock. So when you buy a printer and you want cardstock, you got to be really careful. But what was funny was I have the HP Envy already that I had issues with because it was wireless. I don't want to get into the details of that. That was a headache. But I finally got it to work when I bought a wire. It was the wireless that prevented it from working. So when I bought the wire, it started working, and it actually does print on cardstock. So I was so thankful today.
Yeah, the HP Envy, I have that one.
Yep. But I had issues with it because I called their customer service and everything because you can't troubleshoot. How do you troubleshoot a printer when it printed in black and white but not in color? There's no troubleshoot for that. So I sat on it and I couldn't figure out why it kept doing it. And it was just like I kept looking at the settings and everything because I took computer classes for help desk. So I had to cover all this. And I was like ready to throw it out the window because they tell you to uninstall, reinstall is the best way when you're troubleshooting printers, but that didn't work. So I called HP. I said, listen, it's printing in black and white. I cannot get the color to work. And you can't say it's the cartridge because I've already changed it. There's something else. And they had no answer. HP did not help me. So what I ended up doing was I don't like wireless anything. I can't stand wireless mice. I have to have wires. That's just my preference. It moves fast. I had a mouse that was wireless. I absolutely hated it because it had a delay. So I just like wires. And I thought, I told my husband, I said, I'm going to buy a wire for this printer to hook it up and not make it wireless. And I'll be darned if it didn't work. So there was something in the wirelessness. I don't know if it got dropped on the way to my house or whatever in delivery, but the wireless prevented the color cartridge from working. As soon as I plugged it in, it worked. And I was like, you got to be kidding me. It's like all this time I've been frustrated because I had it for a year and couldn't use it. And I didn't want to send it back because I didn't buy the you know, how they have where you buy the feature to fix something. I didn't have that option because I didn't buy it. I was being cheap. So I was literally sitting there with a printer I couldn't use. And I finally fixed it. And I'm so happy because today I printed cardstock on it. I got ink and I had ink cartridges that dried out. It was like a nightmare because they send two with the printer when you buy it. That I bought two more because I don't do enough printing to get on the auto refill. So, unless I'm printing every day, when I get into digitals or something, maybe, I don't know. But right now I don't print that enough to do it. So I buy them and they're expensive to buy them separate. Well, hey, Mary Lou, welcome. Welcome.
Hi, Mary Lou.
But you live and learn. You know what I mean? It's all trial and error.
Yep.
Doing all this kind of stuff, and it's just awful. But the Brother printer was very expensive, but it was very disappointing when I didn't think to read to see if it printed on cardstock when I got it. But Amazon, of course, took it back. They sent me a free shipping label and stuff. But I was like, you got to be kidding me. It's like so expensive. And you got to watch that with eco printers too. I went to the Dell site and there was like, they had eco printers, they had regular printers. There was only like 3 on the entire site that actually prints on cardstock. So if you're looking for a good printer, make sure if that's what you wanted to do, it does it before you purchase it. That's my tip of the day.
There you go.
But I am glad I got my Envy to work because I had bought an Artie Mays digital kit for fall that's absolutely stunning because I love fall colors and I could not print it till today. And I was so excited. I printed
it's like getting a brand new printer all over again.
It's crazy what you go through. You're trying to keep up on technology and do everything else, it's just such a pain.
Pain in the butt.
It's a lesson learned for sure. So I don't care if this is straight. I'm gonna recut it anyways. Right now I'm just trying to get a piece for this particular page because I want to fabric it. But I like Pearl. I think Pearl's a sweetheart. And I love the stories when she's doing her sales and she shares her stories about her grandson and different experiences in her life. I enjoy that from people. I always have. My mom used to chase me down as a kid and I would be sitting on an elderly neighbor's porch, even when I was young, just listening to their stories, drinking a glass of water that they brought me. It was my pastime in my old neighborhood when I was a kid. I don't have no lace down here though. All my laces are upstairs. Unless I have some hidden in one of these packages. Oh, yeah, I do. I take that back.
You had some hidden?
Yes, I found some laces I can use. But I didn't bring my Fabri-Tac glue down. But that's okay. I'll just use my Alina. I like Alina's glue, but their diffusion for fabric's not that great. I didn't care for it. It's my opinion. It just didn't take to the paper as much as I would have liked it to. Show that beds. This will be my Pearl page. I'm so excited.
So what's everybody up to tonight? What's everybody doing? Got any crafters in the house?
Bonnie's a crafter. Is she still here? Bonnie likes making cool stuff too.
Yeah, what kind of stuff we make?
Bonnie is a true junk journaler.
Nice.
Yes, she does not believe in using store-bought things. She likes finding things when she's out and makes it usable. And it's really cool some of the ideas she comes up with. She's a total raw junk journaler. I like watching her and Krista creations because she's like that too. She made a steampunk horse that was absolutely awesome. Krista did. So I got my glue down. I'm going to squeeze this fabric in, and it does not have to be perfect because that's what junk journals are all about. We can make a mess.
Yep.
You're crocheting. Cool, Mary Lou. I like to crochet too. I never learned to knit though. My sister knitted. I was the crocheter. I don't know the names of the stitches though.
My daughter loves to crochet. I actually got that from my mom because my mom was a crocheter. I'm too heavy-handed.
I get cramps sometimes in my hands because I have osteoarthritis. But I have a thing that you can wear, a glove that helps out with that. But I do get cramps when I first start, you know, the first set as you're switching, but as the blankets and stuff grow, it's not so bad.
Y'all keeping an eye on the Texas hurricane? I think it's already landed.
Yeah, I was watching a channel of a lady. I don't know what part she's in. I forgot to ask her, but I should know because I watched her enough. She's a dumpster diver. And she was saying that her and her daughter were just going to wing it. She said she was through one hurricane and she prepared like for everything because you know you don't have phone service and all that kind of stuff. She said, but the one thing you're not prepared for is the noise. She said that's what shocked her staying was the noise was so loud. It's nice when people share stories about stuff.
Experiences.
But did it wind down? Is that the Hurricane Laura you're talking about?
Yeah.
I thought it winded down some.
I was watching it live on YouTube. But I'm not watching it now because I don't want the sound to come through. So I have the news on, but it can't be too bad if they're not really. Yeah, I'm waiting to see what they say. Right now they're commercial.
Yeah. I get a weather report that popped up on my phone, but it didn't really say a whole lot. I don't watch the news that much because it's depressing.
Yeah.
But I did watch the news today. Me and my husband did before he went to work for the first time in forever. And I saw where the cases, because we knew that the bigger tourist states would get hit with you know what. And I don't want to mention it because I'll probably shut my channel down. But we had 190 deaths in county to the south of us. So I've been kind of keeping an eye on that. But that's the first I heard of it today. Because like I said, the news depressing. It's just depressing. But we had a case that was like a county away. So it's getting a little closer, but it's mainly the nursing homes, which is sad.
Oh my goodness, this thing is stuck. Okay. Trying to get things done while I'm still sitting in the chair, move things around, and I think I'd be better off if I stood up.
My husband told me last he heard it was turning into a tropical storm. Like it dropped from a category 4. I don't know. The news is all over the place. I just heard high winds today. That's all I heard. They didn't give it a category on my local news.
For the hurricane in Texas?
Yeah, Hurricane Laura. I heard it was down to a tropical storm. I don't know. They dramatize it like when it's over the ocean and make it sound like it's going to have this huge impact and hurry up and move, and then poof, it turns into a little tropical storm.
Yeah, it was at 145 miles an hour.
That's weird. Today I heard 40 miles per hour. It's on my news. Unless they're talking about the other one coming up that's close to us on the other side. There's one like, I don't know what it's called because I thought there was 2 of them. One looks like it's coming up on the Maryland coast. I didn't really pay attention. I was half paying attention, so it could have been another storm. But, you know, just like they had that one storm and they had everybody evacuate and then it turned out to be nothing. But still, like I told my husband, you know, people were bashing the news because of this. But wouldn't you rather be cautious than not cautious at all? And it would have turned out to have been a bad storm. And if people would have died, they would have been bashed anyways. So you can't win.
Right. I'd rather be safe than sorry.
Yeah, me too. I feel the same way.
We sold our boat, so we won't be able to escape by boat now. That was our plan before.
We had a boat once too. We sold ours a long time. It was just a little rowboat though.
Yeah, a nice.
I want to get a camper. I keep telling my husband to get, you know, to me, I feel like everybody should have a small type of camper to escape. It should be stocked with your plates and goods because that way you don't have to worry about bed bugs. You don't have to worry about catching lice from motel rooms. You have your own bugs in your own camper.
And nowadays, COVID.
I know. I told him, I said, I would just rather have my own camper and be done with it. So what some lady said she had, we had a real bad storm here once. The where it flooded was another vet we used to go to, but it was like down an old back road. Well, I took a whole bunch of clothes that people donated I was delivering it to the church to help out the people. And I took my camera with me because I know a lot of people like doing that for, you know, magazines and stuff. They take pictures of devastation. My heart was so broken driving down this road. I couldn't do it. I couldn't. I felt like I was invading their privacy and I just couldn't do it. There was a double wide that was split in half. It was laying there. And then this elderly couple, I felt so sorry for him because people are always afraid of looting. Yeah. So what happened was their house was in half. This was devastating. They had a small house and it was split in half. And all you saw was that they had a mini camper and they were sitting they were living in their camper and they were sitting at a picnic table when I drove by and I just couldn't do it. I didn't have the heart to take pictures. I just put my camera down. I was like, I can't do this. Because it was just terrible to see. But I just think that campers are nice because if you do have a warning, you have a home on wheels. At least you have a roof over your head. Because some people can't afford to pay, the hotels. Like some people live paycheck to paycheck. I know me and my husband do. We're getting better at that to where we're going to start putting some money back because we learned that lesson when he got hurt. And I told him it's not that we took it for granted, we just didn't think about it. And I told him, I said, if people can put back like a Christmas thing, we can do this too. We can put it, because $5, even if you put down $5 a paycheck, that adds up after a while.
Yeah.
And I said, just take a little bit of money and set it aside. And I said, but if you have a camper, you don't have to, because we wouldn't be able to afford a hotel room on the spur of the moment if a disaster happened. So at least a camper, we would have it stocked with stuff. We would, all we'd have to do is grab our clothes and go. Because I've watched a lot of videos on RV living.
Yeah.
And it's really incredible how they do everything where they have solar power because you don't even have to go to an RV lot.
Even vans.
Yeah.
I'll be watching that a lot too. I love the van living.
Now me and him discussed it because like we watched the one camper, I can't think of his channel name off the top of my head, but it was a whole bunch of people in the RV living sitting in a half circle, and they were all given their opinion on how they feel about RV living. And the main thing is to be very careful what you really want to pick. Like they said, be very picky because like my husband talks about having the whole thing. Like he wants the vehicle in one. I don't. I want a camper that you can tow because I told him you still have to have a separate vehicle because you're not going to want to take your camper every time you want to go somewhere to eat or go get groceries. I said, so I would rather have the type of camper that has a bigger refrigerator than the Mini and something that we can haul, but not something huge. Something decent, but it's got to have air conditioning, of course, and stuff like that, because I would hate to get used to a camper and then all of a sudden your vehicle doesn't work anymore and breaks down. So there's different things I've thought about. Like I have talked to different people. There was a girl on here whose parents sold their house and decided to be the all-in-one vehicle living, and she said they had that problem already with their vehicle breaking down, and it cost like $350 for a pump. And then I've seen buses made into them, which buses have a great material, but if the tire blows out, you're talking a lot of money to replace that tire. So something economical. I don't want a pop-up, but I told my husband it would be nice because I was watching a family of four. I think it was in a YouTube video. It was a commercial. They were homeschooling their kids, and their husband was in some kind of web development, so they could actually travel. And they had the bullet kind, but they also had a trailer behind it that carried all their clothes and everything, because you would have to be careful with kids having room. Where I told my husband if we had a small one with bunk beds, we could use the bunk bed area to store our clothes. Like I've really done a lot of research and thinking on this to minimize as much room as possible. And he's like, what are you going to do with all your crafts? And I said, well, some have storage underneath where you can put totes to store some of your stuff. Of course, you wouldn't be able to take everything. You would have to downsize some, but you could still craft on the road.
You sure can. There's this one girl. I'm trying to think of her name. She does crafting, and she sells her little crafty things. She's a Black girl. She sells her little crafty stuff, and that's how she makes her living. Besides reviewing stuff from Amazon and a few other ways. I can't think of her name right now. But she's been on the road for, I think this is going to be the 4th or 5th year. and she's in a van. What I don't like is because her husband didn't want to join her. She left him and went on her own. To me, that's a sign of, well, you never loved him then. How can you so easily just, because he didn't want to be on your ventures of being on the road?
Yeah, I hear ya.
But I've been watching her because I started watching her since she was a newbie. And she's already gone through, I believe, 3 vans. A lot of people say she's I don't know, a scammer.
Oh, jeez.
Because she's always asking for stuff. Like, and they send her stuff from Amazon, and a lot of people be saying on their comments, why doesn't she go to work? And a whole bunch of stuff.
Crafting is work.
I know, right?
I like it.
It's a lot of work.
Here. I enjoy my live sales. My live sales right now is like my only income. Because I was working taking care of the elderly, and I pulled something in my shoulder. I can't do nursing homes. It's just even private. It's just too much. So I left that job. Private care I may go back into. I haven't decided. I have a friend that owns a business, and she said just call, because I did private one-on-one care before I was working at the private home, and it was a little better than lifting 11 or more people in one day.
Private duty. I've done lots of private duty.
Well, there's pros and cons to both. You know, it's like if you're in private care, it's hard because I literally had to lift a person by myself in private care, and that was rough, out of a wheelchair and stuff like that. And plus you got to fight with them to get a shower and stuff like that. But I like it because it's only one person versus a whole bunch of people. I just think it's harder on the body when more than one person. I'm going to take these out and put them in a plastic bag because this is just falling off. I'm trying not to use anybody else's stuff. But what the person sent. That's what I'm trying to do.
That's a good idea, yeah. Because it makes it all about them, right?
Yeah. So if they send a happy mail or if I purchase off of them, that's what I'm trying to do with my each page. Let's see. I don't think I have any. Yeah, here's an envelope. Well, this will work. Put all the pieces in here. But it is interesting studying RV living. I don't know, you know, has been talk about being in too close of quarters. Would we kill each other or get on each other's nerves? No, I mean
that will only happen when stuff starts breaking down.
And I mean that in a funny way, people, not serious.
Yeah.
Because on YouTube, you got to watch everything you say. People take you literally. But that was meant as a joke. Even though that's when the SWAT team showed up when that person called and swatted our house. That's what he said.
What happened?
When we got swatted.
You got
They
swatted like the actors?
No. Didn't you hear me tell that story? When my channel was under my name, somebody come in being a douchebag, so to speak, and they white paged my name. It's so easy to do that. All you have to do is go whitepages.com and type in a person's name. It takes you right to their address. And they called the SWAT team. They called the cops. 911 said that my husband killed me. And was
No, I have not heard that. That's crazy.
Yeah, and we had a SWAT team outside the house. That's what I said. One of the ladies local said, that's how you know you're YouTube famous once you've been swatted. But they were doing it to a bunch of people on here for no reason. Like I know somebody that got hit hard, and it's kind of like back in the Yahoo days when you had booters that were constantly harassing you. And I literally saw the guy that was doing it to another person I know on here. He was in the stream and they were talking because he told him, why do you keep doing it? Because the police made so many trips to his house. It was ridiculous. And he wouldn't stop. And it was all about because it's a power trip. Like they want to control you in your stream. And this other guy did fundraisers for people and stuff. And they were just trying to intimidate. It's just stupid. It's a stupid game.
Wow.
And it was a big thing going on here. And YouTube doesn't do anything about it. But the cops came and I told my moderators that night not to delete anything. So they didn't, and they got all that information off my computer. See, once you block, because a lot of people don't like drama on here, and that's a big mistake, is when somebody comes in and they start harassing you. I'm not talking like the derogatory names, but like how mine started, they come in, they were saying something like, you're old, you're fat, whatever. I've heard it all. I've been on the web for years. I'm like, whatever. I said, if it wasn't for my age group, you wouldn't even be here. So it's like they got mad because I was playing back at them because I don't let stuff like that bother me. Because I just told people they just want attention, just ignore them. So we did. And they just kept talking. We ignored them and talked around them. Well, when the police came, if you block someone, it erases everything. So I didn't. I left it in the room. So when the police came, they wrote everything down. And people can get charged for this stuff.
That's crazy.
There was a person who was doing it to someone else. They had a good job in a family and ended up in jail. You can't play with 911 like that.
Mm-mm.
And my husband was coming home from work, and nothing surprises me about the web because I've been on here long enough. So I wasn't surprised. As soon as I heard the knock on my door, I knew what they did. And my husband was just coming home, and he was scared crapless because he says, the garage door is going to open. I'm looking in the rearview mirror and I see this guy with a hood. He thought he was being robbed. And they told him what happened, and he had to duck down behind my vehicle until they come to check it out. There he is. My hubby's spying on me. He was scared, but I wasn't. He was like, oh my God, because he thought we were being robbed. Michaela.
If that was to happen to me, my hubby would tell me, no more YouTube for you. Seriously.
I don't let it get
and I would be mad. I would be like super mad.
But it happens. I mean, that's what happens when you have your name on your channel. So one of the bigger YouTubers, I mean, I wanted to change it anyways to give a little flair. But one of the bigger YouTubers told me to take my name off my channel because they hated what happened. And there was witnesses in here. Louise was in here the night it happened. I had to text her through Facebook to let her know I was okay because the police shut off everything. They turned my cam down and shut off stuff. And everybody in here was like, oh my God, what happened to her? And
you came back on the same night after
they told me not to come on. I'm like, listen, I have a live sale tomorrow. I'm not running from these people. I said, so no, I'm not going to take your advice. I will be live on here tomorrow night. The cop was like, okay, what are they going to do? They can't make me do anything I don't want to do.
Yeah, that's your livelihood.
I said, I'm not hiding from these people. I have nothing to hide from. I didn't do anything wrong. If anybody should hide, it should be them hiding. Yeah, Michael will tell you the story, huh, Mike? Can you hear me, Mike? He didn't know what the heck was going on. He came home to all that. He goes, I wasn't even here. But they have to check it out. And I told the guys, I'm sorry you wasted your resources, but it's nice to know you're there listening. Because they told me next time just to keep my phone near me so they can call and check before they waste their time coming out. Our cops are laid back here, which is good. Plus, I know some of them, so. But, they have to check everything out. That's their job.
Yeah. I would have freaked out.
Yeah, you see 6 SWAT people in your yard with bulletproof.
No, what are my neighbors gonna think? Oh, she been selling drugs. That's why they're all there. No wonder she's been so laid back, not talking to nobody in the neighborhood, keeping secrets. Oh, those are not family members that are visiting. Those are
so funny, Billy. Our neighbors never talk.
Talk a lot of bullshit.
We only had one neighbor that we actually liked because he actually talked to us. And when he passed away, it was devastating. Because he's the only one we ever talked to. He used to bring books to my store and stuff. But it is what it is. I would rather it happen to me because I know how to handle stuff like that than somebody that doesn't. I can handle it.
I'd have something to talk about later, but in that moment, oops, that's the wrong one. This one.
Poor Mike. He's back to work and they're making him sit.
And light duty.
Yep, he hates it. He says, I could be doing this at home and loving my puppy.
And so the dog had a nice visit with the other dog. Y'all went to go have a meet.
I don't know if he can hear or he's just texting.
Oh, it's Mike M.
Yeah, he's in here. That's my hubby.
Hello, Mike M.
I said, I was telling Millie how you enjoyed being swatted. He was scared to death, not knowing what the heck was going on. I said, you know the web.
If he was tired and
I mean, it's not funny. It's very serious, but I had to laugh because if I wouldn't have, I would have probably lost it too.
Oh, yeah.
It's just nothing on the web shocks me. It really doesn't. When you see the bullies and all the people doing crazy stuff on here, it just doesn't. It doesn't surprise me. I don't know what else I want to add to this out of that book. I mean, I have a book because I got flowers on this page. I really don't want to add any more flowers. So maybe with hers, because I like that just like it looks. I would just add these wood chip pieces to the side.
Who else is all in here? Mary Lou, hello. Everybody, thumbs up, please.
Thank you.
Let's see.
So
You know, if somebody was to come in without knowing what was going on, and they see that, I was telling Millie how you enjoy being squatted, they would think that this is a rated X. I'd be like, what is going on here?
it was crazy. It really was. There was a couple people in the live stream when it happened, but I told him, I said, just any other mod would have probably jumped on that and blocked them. And I was like, don't. And I'm so glad I didn't. Because then the police wouldn't have had nothing to gather. You know what I mean? I don't like drama in here, but I kind of gotten to the point where this is how I used to feel about Yahoo booters. And this is just my personal opinion. I like to play with my food before I eat it. So when somebody comes in and harasses me, it's not about drama. I like interacting with them before kicking them out, if that's understandable. I want to know. We had a kid, and there was a story behind it.
Yeah,
we had a kid one time on Yahoo that just booted up a room in Family and Home. And I knew the people that ran the room, and they contacted me and my friend Mary because they know that we like to talk to these type of people. And we came into the chat room, and I let Mary talk him down because she was really good about it. Hey, Think Dragon, I was just talking about you. You missed me putting your link in. You're my YouTube personality appreciation tonight. If you hashtag that underneath anybody in here that shouts out a channel, and you hashtag that under in your description, it will show up on YouTube when you Google it. It's a new movement, and you got into it tonight. You're the first male that I announced into it. So anyways, to make a long story short, when I was on Yahoo, I ran a chat room for 6 years. And the booters in there love to cause problems. And what it turned out to be with this one particular booter that loved knocking out the entire chat rooms. He was 18 years old, or not 18. How old was he? He was 17. And he was in a bad environment. He had an abusive father. By the time we were done with this boy, talking him down and really getting to know him, we found out that he was taking his anger out on the web. And a lot of times that's what happens when these people threaten you with swatting and all this stuff. They have to have something going on in their lives to bring such anger to the web. So he would call me Miss Pat, Miss Tammy, and Miss Mary by the time we were done with him. Because I told him, I'm like, if you're on here doing this kind of stuff, why don't you do this? And I sent him my IP address, and I had a server and brought him into my computer, and I was showing him some stuff he could be doing because I used to hang out with guys in the Hackers Lounge, and they gave me a bunch of really good links on how to learn to do C++ and all kinds of languages and stuff. So I shared the link with this kid, and I'm like, listen, you're young enough to do something creative with the computer, so why are you harassing people? And so all the information I shared with him, he ended up going to school later for it. Is that like not amazing? Now, you can't always talk people into this kind of stuff, but if you can help one person reverse their anger on the web, that's what we did. That's what we tried to do to keep the anger and the bullying away. And we actually got to know his girlfriend, got to know him, and it was really nice because he turned out to stop booting the rooms. Sometimes that works with booters, sometimes it doesn't. But that was all our goal when we worked together on Yahoo together, was to stop the people from doing stupid things and learning to do constructive things. So it worked with him. And then I had a booter stalker named Tony. Oh, Tony, the history I had with that one. Oh, he harassed me for over a year. He would knock out my room. He just booted every single ID I had. He had my names locked into his program. I had 60 of his on ignore. Oh, we went at it. We went at it so many times. And it took a while, but we actually became friends.
Nice.
Who becomes friends with their stalker booter but me? And it was funny though, because
Went away, but it worked.
yeah, he says, "Look, I'm not lying to you. I'll be nice." And he held up this envelope with these address and all this stuff on it and stuff. I thought it was hysterical because he was trying to do reverse psychology on me, which does not work, by the way. And he was trying to get my address. So I went 2 states away and mailed him this Halloween card, but I put no return address. He come into the chat room. "Oh, you think you're funny?" He says, "I couldn't send you a card back because you didn't give me your address." I said, "Listen, my first impression of you, you're an asshole. Plain and simple. If you think for 1 minute I'm giving you any of my information, you are poorly misjudged because it's not happening." And he was so mad because it was people I met in chat that did have my address. He never did get it because his first impression meant everything. You don't boot my chat room and think you're going to get anything out of me because it's not going to happen. I said, "Well, we're friends at a distance."
At a distance, yeah.
Info.
Arm length. Arm length.
Exactly. So I'm not that stupid. But we stayed friends, and then one day he come into chat because I hadn't seen him for a while. He come into chat one day out of nowhere, and I go, "Where the heck have you been?" I said, "Who you been harassing lately?" And he says, "Nobody." He was pouting. And I said, "What?" He says, "I got a girlfriend." He said, "She's a nurse." And I said, "Well, congratulations. Somebody settled your butt down." And I said, "Why are you droopy?" Because he looked so sad. He said, "She put me on parental controls." So I couldn't boo people. I was rolling. I said, I like her already. But yeah, she stuck him on parental controls because she knew what type of person he was. I thought that was hysterical. So all my experiences came from Yahoo. So I'm prepared for anything YouTube has to offer. But I thought that was funny. Like I said, I could write a book about the web and the people I've met because it's like crazy. I love that he got in trouble. But that's what makes it fun. The different types of personalities you meet, the different types of people. It's awesome. I've always been about the culture. I have fixed people's computers clear to Japan. I would go in remotely and help them fix things and people I got to know, which was really cool because at the time when I was taking computer repair classes and stuff, because I took my A+ certification, I got my education free by helping others.
Nice.
My friend Root, he had Linux on his computer and he let me come in remotely. It was really cool because when you go in remotely, your whole desktop changes to theirs.
Yeah. Oh.
So it's awesome. Like I met people from all different countries and they would stick their cams in the windows and I could see what's going on outside their windows and in their cities. It was great because I think culture is a lot of fun because I've never been out of the US. So it was cool when my friend Flame had a garden. He was from the UK. And I said, "What are those shiny round things in your garden?" He was using AOL dial-up discs and hanging them on the clothesline to deter birds. And I said, "Okay, that's a new way of using them."
That's different.
And then Wanker, that was his screen name. He lived in a city in the UK, and like it was funny between him and Flame because Flame was more in the country and he had like the stone edge walls. Like you would see people mowing the grass and stuff, but when Wank put his cam in the window for me to see his city, it was all like different. It looked more like a city where Flame was like more in the country. So it was really cool to see their backyards, so to speak. And I told Wank, I said, you English drive on the wrong side of the road. And I pick on God the good one on here. And I tease him all the time when he's driving. I said, you're driving the wrong side of the road. And he gives on this big old story about how we drive on the wrong side. So it's fun. I get to meet quite a lot of people, and I have a whole tote full of Christmas cards. And because it was like 60 of us became really good friends in Yahoo chat room, and we all hung out together, and I got like a whole crap load of cards from people all over the world. And that was my first experience with the net, and it's amazing because we all stayed friends. And I still have quite a few on. Some drifted away, but then I still have quite a few on my regular name Facebook page.
Any on YouTube? Any of them on YouTube? Any of them on YouTube?
They know that I have a YouTube channel, so I never know if they ever come and take a peek. But like some of the guys I hung out in the Hackers Lounge with on Yahoo, sometimes they'll, I'll keep in touch with them through Facebook, but they do know I have a YouTube page that they can come see me when they want to, but they're not really into YouTube. Leth went by Homer. He's his own entrepreneur. He literally designs video games in Australia. Cocky little shit he is. But he's somebody I got to know through the Hackers Lounge. And he's really good. He develops games, and he's awesome. And then my friend Chris, he's in the US. He is some type of engineer. We don't go into details. He's something to do with engineering and computers and stuff, but he's really a smart guy. And then we had another guy, Spider Elite. I always wondered what happened to him. He was such a nice man. He owned his own Linux store out west. I can't remember what state he was in. But he would go to like the science fairs and live stream the fairs and stuff, all the new stuff that was coming out. Like I saw the little vacuum cleaner that they have that goes on your floor by it. So I saw that before it ever hit the market. Like it was really cool. It's like a DEF CON, they called it. So I forget the name of it, but it's a big thing they go to. And he streamed from his Linux store. He would do it through a browser where we could see him in his store and stuff. So it was like really cool. Like it wasn't anything to do with hacking. We hung out in the Hackers Lounge, but it was more people that was into internet security. Like they would talk about like what was more secure. They would talk about the latest firewalls. Like they always kept you up to date on stuff. And that's the stuff I miss about that room the most, was being educated. That's why I actually went in to get my A+, was because of hanging out with them. And I didn't pick that room. You could tag someone, and wherever they went, you would automatically follow. And a friend of mine took me on a room hop one night, and I ended up in there. And I kept seeing words I didn't understand what they were. It was all the acronyms to do with computers, like phishing with a PH and all these different words. And I'm like, this is so cool. Like I never heard of Linux, what it was about. So I literally sat in there with a notebook and started writing the words down. And then when I was done chatting, I would go look this stuff up and write out the definitions. And that's what started me into computers. Hey, Nikki. And then I come to Instagram.
Thank you, Nikki. Hello.
And got into the makeup community somehow. And I don't even do makeup. I'm like such a tomboy. So I got suckered into doing makeup when I first came on to YouTube. But that's not where my love was. It's like I started doing it and it was fun. But then I'm thinking, what am I doing? So I changed everything. Because somebody asked me one time, how come your channel is about books and art crafts, but you got to makeup? I said, because I started YouTube in makeup. I'm not going to delete those videos just because I changed. My
No, don't delete them. I like them. I saw them. I think they're so cute.
Thank you. I had some ladies told me once. She says my daughter thinks you're hysterical because I didn't edit. I don't edit. And she said, "You're putting your makeup on, and you went to go to the other side of your face, and you just smacked yourself right in the nose. You could see the powder flying." She said she thought you were comical, and I go, "I don't know what I'm doing. I was just watching some, some of the bigger YouTubers that I really love, and I was just, learning from them, and plus doing what I already knew." But I'm not a makeup guru. But it was fun to try it. But it gets expensive. Oh my goodness. If you keep buying makeup for tutorials, it gets expensive. Buffering. Why are you buffering? Are we
buffering? I don't see no buffering.
I don't either. Do you see buffering, Nikki? Are we buffering? Someone told me I should write a book about the web. I said I should. I have lots of experience with crazy people on here. But I like personalities, and when you run a chat room and you sit back and just watch people, you pick up a lot. Like we would change screen names. That's why I think it's funny when I see people on YouTube do that, when they spy on people. We didn't do it for that reason. I had about 100 IDs on Yahoo, all because when
100?
When Halloween would come, we would make up a bunch of new IDs and we would come into the room and have people guess who we were. And I always did, because I knew certain phrases they would use. Like you would have to totally change your way of typing and talking, or I would always bust you.
Mm-hmm.
We had like pumpkins in a pumpkin patch. And I mean, some of the IDs were amazing. If you would have looked at my chat list on Yahoo back in the day, you people would have been like, oh my God, what kind of people does this girl talk to? Because I would literally see a name like Tickle My Pickle. And I thought that was the cutest screen name. So I said, can I add you to my friends list just to have your name? And he's like, I don't care. So I had all these cute names all the way down my friends list because they were just comical. Like Bite Me, I'm a Brit, Swampy in the UK. I can name them still today. Twat Waffle. All because they were hysterical. So if my mother would look at my list, she'd be like, what kind of people do you talk to on the web? And then some people would ask me to create names for them, like ideas, and I would have to get to know them before I would pick out an idea. I created a whole crapload of IDs for people. It's just stuff like that. We used to do crazy stuff. We played Truth or Dare. Oh my gosh, it was hysterical playing Truth or Dare. Of course, I would never do the dares. They were bad. I mean, like, you didn't have to do anything like naked on camera or anything like that. It wasn't like that. They would just have you go in because they had like a bunch of different categories of rooms. And they would have like a female chick go into a lesbian chat room, and she had to bring 2 lesbians back to the main room because she would have to flirt with them. Just stupid things. But it was funny. It was funny watching them do this. Because you had to convince the other people to do what you wanted them to do. You know what I mean? It was hysterical. But it was all in fun. We did fun and corny stuff like that. That was my experience before YouTube. So when I sat here the first time I did a video, I felt strange because I felt like I was talking to myself because the whole chat room could share one talk button. So we all would take turns clicking on the talk button so we could all hear each other. And it's so different on YouTube because we can invite people to our panel now and do that and have a cam on. I would have a bunch of little cameras all over my computer, but we all could talk in the same chat. And that YouTube hasn't done yet. They don't have a little talk button. So it was weird. It took me 3 times to do a video. When I sat down on YouTube, I told my husband, I feel so stupid. He's like, why is it? Because I feel like I'm talking to myself. So it took a little while to get used to that part.
Yeah.
So I have this over here and this over here. I kind of like it just the way it is. I feel like I should add something else, but I don't want to do a pocket because I've done a pocket like on every page I've done. And I don't want to cover this butterfly up. But this is my pearl page.
Stamping, maybe stamp some butterflies.
Ooh. Do I have any butterfly stamps down here though? Let me see. This isn't out of her set, but I do have these. I don't have my acrylics down here, so I'll have to hold these. But yes, I have these down here I can use. See, looky there. Millie's on the ball.
There you go.
I don't have my acrylic to hold them. And hopefully this will work without smudging. So get my distress ink out. And let's see. I'll use black. You never go wrong with the color black and distress ink for sure. So we've got a teeny tiny butterfly.
Yeah, I was saying I need to get away from black. I use too much black to distress everything. I need to change color. Try the colors of the colors within the colors of what I'm doing the project. If that made any sense? I can barely understand what I just said. Good night, Mary Lou. Have a wonderful night. Thank you for joining us.
Hey, Priscilla. Did you get your project crocheted, Mary Lou? Thanks for coming in. But I have been blessed to meet some good people, so I'm good. Good or bad, it don't matter. I've met all kinds.
Oh, okay now.
So I have a little flower here, and I have a little butterfly here. This is going to be weird to try to do this without my acrylic stamp, but we'll see how this works. I know I do need to use my stamps more because I'm always afraid I'm going to run out of ink.
Oh no, I'm not going to run out of ink.
So we'll put this right here. I'll probably smudge. Yep, it's smudging. Because I don't have a thing down here. I need to bring all my stamps down here. See if I can get this on here better.
I need to pinch these down somehow.
I have this all over my fingers. They look a little dimensional, but it'll work.
Oh, everything fell on the floor. Like
Oh no.
tons and tons of little. Like this was packed. It's all on the floor now. I don't want to pick it up. Not now.
Here's a flower. It didn't turn out too bad. It's just I'm getting it on the edges. I need
your block.
Yeah, I don't have my blocks down here.
You're changing your craft room to down there?
Without it.
You're changing your craft room to down there? Why is this not gluing?
Yeah, I'm closing my bookstore because I mean, I do get customers that come in a little bit, but not enough to really make a difference. Like, I'm not making a lot of money with the original store. So I got to thinking, since my online sales are doing better, and now with this
COVID
sickness, I might as well just leave it, turn my bookstore into my crafting room because it's huge. And plus, I don't have inventory space. Oh my gosh, if you would see, I don't even want to even go there. If you would see, if I turned my camera on and she took you a tour, there's only one person that has seen the entire tour, and it was Amy. She goes, "Oh my word." When I showed her all my clutter down here, because I've got tons of books. People were literally dropping them off outside my house after yard sales and stuff. I mean, it was just crazy. I would rather pick for what I sell and buy, purchase and then resell than it's a nightmare. Because there's a guy, my neighbor used to bring stuff because they had no places to take their books. And then there's another guy here locally that he's one of those type of people that does cleanups when people pass away, estate stuff. He started dumping off books, and then this lady came out of nowhere. One of her great aunts or somebody passed away. She had a truckload. I mean, a bed of a truck. And she was expecting me to stand outside and pick her stuff. I said, "Lady, I can't do that. I have to do that on my time," because that's what I would do in between customers when I did have people, is I would go through them then. So the whole truckload was dropped off, and I had the back garage filled, like we're talking 7 box layers on about 10 skids.
Wow.
A lot of books. And if your person wants to start a bookstore and you're in an area, this is all I did. I ran an ad in a local merchant, and I put, "Don't throw your books away, call me." And my phone never stopped. It still hasn't stopped. I literally just told people here recently that called, just please, no. Unless you got books from the early 1900s or 1800s, I don't want any more. Because, I mean, I just was getting way too many. It's just sad. I probably would cry if I saw landfill. Because there's so much that gets thrown out. It's sad. And then I met the junk journaling community on YouTube and learned how to repurpose books, and it changed my world. It just changed everything. It changed how I sold. It changed everything for me. And when that author came and wrote about me, and I'm published in a book, I mean, like, I've exceeded my bucket list. I didn't even have that on my bucket list. I've been published in 2 books since I've started. One in Australia for my friend who thanked me, who did a mental health book, and that's JD, who I did 1 page for in here. That's a crafter. I'm in the back of one of her books published, and then an author wrote about my store and the story of how it came about. And I have that book somewhere. I have to unpack everything when I showed it once on one of my lives, but I don't know where it's at right this second. I got to get organized because when I move around, I'm a mess. And I'm the type of person, I can't have things in drawers and hidden. So I kind of like that I'm able to change my store into my crafting area because I've got tons of bookshelves. So what I'm going to do is I've been going to like Tuesday morning in the Dollar Tree and places and looking for sturdy. I don't like the plastic bins. It's got to be sturdy because I went to pick up a plastic bin I got from the Dollar Tree and it busted. So I'm looking for the sturdy ones and I'm going to label them and have bins where I can see everything I have, because if something's hidden, I'll forget I have it. So I saw another crafter on here. It's the same exact way as I am. And it was really cool because her craft room, everything is open where she can just walk right to where she needs to go and pluck it. And everything's just exactly the way I would want it. No drawers, no plastic bins, just on shelves where I can see what I have. That's my goal. And then when I'm done, I will do a live stream what it looks like. Because I'm rearranging everything. Like, I can't paint my walls. I wish I could. They're red. I mean, red. They were like this. We moved here.
And why can't you paint them?
Somebody had red paneling because I don't have the time right now.
Oh.
Trying to get the store out and move my crafts in has been a challenge, to say the least. Just put it this way. We have a 2-car garage up in front of our house and a small car garage in the back. I had the back garage filled with the books, which is now empty, but I'm taking over the 2-car garage. That's where I shoot my videos for my books. And my husband's like ready to kill me because he has no place to park his car in the garage. And I'm like, well, you're just going to have to wait. Because what I do is I shoot the videos and I load up the entire table. And at the end of the month, that all gets donated, what doesn't sell. And then, well, some I keep for our community yard sale we have once a year. I have a tote, one big tote. And that will never get full to add another one. So I keep so many for the community yard sale. I reshow them there. So books get 3 chances. They get shown on YouTube. They get shown through the buy, sell, and trades on Facebook for local, and they go in the community yard sale. And if they do not sell in those 3 places, then I donate them. So they get a chance. Because I'm trying to save them. And some people, they just want them gutted, like in the junk journal community. I'll have them like on my live sale for like $2.50 or $1, depending on what I sell the book for and what it's got in it.
Mm-hmm.
And the year, of course, because if they're older, they definitely go for more. Some people will pay they just want the covers. So they asked me to gut them. Well, then I take the papers when I gut them and I use my Big Shot to turn them into something else. So, yeah, I've learned to repurpose in so many ways. It's crazy.
Recycle them.
But you'll never guess what I have to go through yet to watch. Another family, friend of the family, was doing cleanups for people. And like this one family we don't know the history. Like, I know one got a divorce and they were so mad they threw everything, even the piggy banks, in the back of the truck. Even their kids' piggy banks with money in them. So I ended up with tons of VHS tapes. So what I did was I watched the movies, and I even had a VHS tape and DVD rack in my store. And some people come in, like I only sell them for $1, and I'll sell the DVDs for like $3. And people were even buying those. So I have like tons, like I'm talking boxes and layers of boxes of VHSs to watch it. And it was getting out of hand because I started out as a used bookstore and I got people dropping off albums, people dropping off VHS tapes. I mean, I've got a whole box of nothing but albums too. And I can't listen to them to sell them. I don't know if they're scratched up or not because I don't have a record player. So a friend of mine said that they had one, so I might be able to borrow it just to listen to the album so that I can sell them off for people that are going back to the album stage because it made a comeback. I mean, it's just like they were dropping off everything. And I'm like, I can't take all this stuff. My house is only so big. But where I'm at, the bottom of my house is a rec room. We put carpet in, and it's got its own entrance and parking area. So it made it nice to have my bookstore down here because it has its own entrance. It's all open. Like I'm right by the road. And people can park right in front and come in my store. But what's sad is people will ask me all the time through Facebook, do you have this book, this book? I said, I can't tell you because I don't have all the boxes unpacked. I'm not a new store where I'm ordering inventory and I could tell you off of a piece of paper what I have. We're talking people that dropped off books that aren't even opened yet. I have no clue what I have in my store till I open the boxes. So that's how I do it. I open up boxes. I put genres in piles and then put them in boxes so that I can do 10 books at a time when I do my YouTube video. That's how I'm getting rid of them because Facebook only allows you to post 10 pictures at once. So that's why I do 10 at a time. It'll either be a 10 bundle or it'll be 10 books that are separately priced. And I announce that in my videos, of course. And then once I downsize, my bookstore is going to be so amazing. And I've literally taken out a couple vehicle loads. I fill up the back of my Blazer and take them and donate them. Because apparently it's books that nobody wants. Most of them are paperbacks that I got rid of. Hardbacks, people tend to like hardbacks better. So does that look too messy? I took and I stamped little things of butterflies. They're not perfect because I don't have the block down here, but it is what it is.
It looks good.
Another thing I forgot to put like a pop color in my book.
They're like little accent line of a outline squared around it. I'm picking up all these that fell on the floor.
But I still got to print the names off. Like I'll put Pearl on this page somewhere. And I'll put Amy's somewhere on this page. And I already did Patty's. I printed her name off and grunged it. And then JD, I have her business card. So if a person sends their business card, it'll be on here. But I thought they turned out pretty cute. I still feel like I need to add something to Pearl's here. Pearl's page. You know what? I might stick this in the center just because it's cute. Because her name is Pearl. This came from someone else. Look how pretty that is. It's like a pearl looking heart. So I'll add that to the center of the page. I like this.
Where'd the other scissors go? Here they are.
I really love that material. Isn't that material pretty?
The flower one?
Yeah, isn't that pretty? She had some pretty fabrics in her sales.
I thought that was wallpaper like.
Nope, I have wallpaper that I've been playing with in another crafting area up in my living room. I have a crafting area up there. My husband's like, get your clutter out of the living room. I'm like, be quiet. I have a tray that you eat on. That's where my Big Shot sits in front of my chair upstairs, my recliner. And that's where I do all my work.
Why you
Because I
watch
do when I'm watching TV.
Mm-hmm.
I told him, I said, I can't help I like doing stuff like this when I'm watching TV. I can't just sit and watch TV. I have to be busy.
Busy, busy, busy.
So how about this? I found this little bow that looks like pearls too. I'm going to put this underneath the heart as like a little bit of a blingy accent.
That's cute.
So what have you done over there since I've been over here gabbing everybody's ears off?
I've did this memory decks. I attached a slide. This is a slide, what do you call it? Cassette or whatever. And I attached acetate on the front and the back. And in the middle, I put a little I Love Paris, and then Moulin Rouge down on here. It's all glittery. Let's see. Nice and pretty good. And then over here on the side, I put a ribbon to match the glitter. The ribbon itself is like sparkly, but no glitter on it. And I have these on it just to hold this down for now till it dries up.
Nice.
And then I'm going to attach this tower to the back with its legs showing through here, through that side. A little wine cup. I'm going to pop it up. The Moulin Rouge, I popped it up with the foam tape, which is what I'm going to do with this wine. So when you're thinking of Paris, and you got a little bit of wine there to think about too. And now, can't go to Paris, just look at this and think that you are in Paris.
Very cute. Now, is that like when you can prop up on a stand?
You can prop it on the stand or put it on your memory decks box.
How cute. I know Paris is really in, isn't it?
Thank you. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I see a lot of people like the Paris themes.
I wish that I would not have been afraid of planes, a phobia of planes, because I would have loved to go to Paris. But that'll never happen because I'm not getting on a plane. Not even for $1 million.
I love flying.
I'm the phobia is for real.
I used to be that way because my dad always was, but then when I flew because of a friend of mine in Florida that I met through Yahoo.
That's just it. I did fly, and I didn't. And the first,
I loved it.
I was on a big jumbo jet. The second one, which is really what gave me the phobia, was a helicopter. And because I wasn't familiar with turbulence and stuff like that, it freaked me out. And I just can't. I can't even look at them without the fear. And then the other thing that my dad told me before he passed away was that when I was young, we had gone to one of them shows, airplane shows, and 2 airplanes had crashed in midair. And it caused a big ball of fire.
That's not good.
So I don't know if that's implanted in my head, that's deep down in my brains or what, but I can only imagine what kind of tunnel vision that was.
That kind of reminds me of my daughter. She loved watching La Bamba. It was one of her favorite shows, and it was so sad that he had that vision of a plane wreck and he died in one.
Well, yeah.
Richie
Bye.
Valens. That was a good show.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw that one too.
Looky what I found. I found some really pretty lace.
That is pretty. Turn it into a ruffle like I did this one.
Maybe I can add that.
I
I feel like I always need to add more. You ever feel like that when you're working on a project?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think this heart's going to stay, but I don't have my glue gun down here, so I'll have to fix it later.
Okay,
I'm not totally hooked up because it's sliding on the fabric. It's like sometimes this glue will work on some things and some things it doesn't. I need my hot gun glue.
How about if I do this? I put tape on the edge here and then sprinkle some sparkles. Where's my tape? Ba, ba, bum, ba.
Yeah. I hope Pearl likes her page.
She's still in here?
No, Pearl wasn't in here that I know of. I don't know if anybody's even seeing the pages I make of them. It's okay though. Maybe they will someday. I do a flip through that I'll be doing.
As they come in, show them their page whenever they come in. You know,
Yep.
I made a page for you.
Last day it was funny listening to you and Grandma Joe. My goodness, she's a riot.
Grandma Joe, yeah. Mm-hmm. We stayed up chatting last night on Instagram. Of course, I was in my bed. She was in her bed, and we were just chatting away.
She's funny.
I said, don't say nothing to make me laugh because I'm right next to hubby and I do not want to wake up. I'm not laughing, okay? I'm not in my computer room right now.
Her pumpkin was really good. She does a good job.
Yeah. Have you seen some of the stuff that she's drawn? She's really good. She's a
I know. I draw too, but I never show my stuff. I should, but I don't.
She gets into them details, like really deep down details. Like, I'm like, okay, you go, girl.
I took and bought one day. I was sitting in here and didn't feel like dealing with books. So I had parchment paper that I bought from the Dollar Tree. And I was turning it into envelopes. And I thought, I'm going to sit here and draw some birds on them. And it was crazy because I started working on a journal for my mom because I posted them for sale on this one YouTube page, that sells. And nobody seemed interested. So I pulled them and I stuck them in my mom's journal. And then this lady seen them and was like, I want those. And they were already gone. But I think what I'm going to do, I was pulling pictures off my phone last night. It was so weird because I kept getting this error saying that my phone was full. And I'm like, well, I was deleting stuff, but it wasn't changing anything. And here, I don't know how to find the garbage on my phone. to empty it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what it was. My garbage was filling up my phone. So I decided to take some pictures off of my phone, and I found those envelopes where I drew the birds, and I didn't know they were on my phone. I forgot that I took pictures of them, but I took them off on my computer last night, or I'd show them to you. But I can turn them into journaling cards.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking because it's hard to print those off of those type of envelopes. So I can crop them through my art program and turn them into journaling cards because I don't want to redraw them again. But I did. I drew 2 sets. I used one set for my mom, a journal I made for her, and I used one for mine, one of my journals.
Look, I put the glitter on the edge of the ruffle.
Oh, how nice that looks.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You always make cute stuff. I always like everybody else's art better than mine.
You make cute stuff too, yeah. We're all unique in our own different ways.
I know, but I
like your
think
stuff
it's a
too.
given. We always like everybody else's stuff better.
Yeah. I like everybody else's stuff too, but I like my stuff too.
I do like my Holly Hobby one.
What? Holly Hobby?
Journal that I made. I made 2 of them and I sold one. Here's my this was my Valentine's Day journal that sold. I do have that on my phone.
What about the alligator mouth one? Remember that big, huge, wide one? Did you sell that one?
Yes.
Nice.
Tina bought that Halloween one.
Oh, nice.
Let me see if I have it on here. I don't think it's on here.
I ain't seen Tina around in a long time.
I haven't either. I had pictures of my Holly Hobby one on here. This was a Christmas one I sold.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, there's the pictures. You know what I did? I did a Christmas countdown, an Advent one, like 14. I had paper that had numbers, and then at the very, very end, when you open up the last Advent, it was a ornament that you could hang on your Christmas tree of an angel.
Oh, cute.
So that was fun.
If I get these books done in time and all these inserts done in time, I'll probably do one. I've never done an Advent.
I think the Advent's cute if you stick the present in the end.
Yeah, sounds like a cool idea.
It's funny because I went to this yard sale and this lady had a bag of ornaments she was selling. I'm like, oh my God, these are so little and cute. And I thought, Advent, that'd be so cute in the back of an Advent journal. Oh, this is the Artie Mays digitals that I told you about earlier. Wait till you see this. I love this. Wait a minute. This is the digital kit that I purchased and printed some of it today.
Artie Mays on what, Etsy?
Yes, I love her colors. She has a channel.
I like the mason jars. Yeah, those are nice images.
I got double on here for some reason.
Cool.
But that was her digital kit. And this was a picture I did for BoxyCharm. I love photography and playing with it. It's another talent I don't bring to the table, and I should. But when I was getting BoxyCharm boxes, it was so funny because I connected through them through Facebook, and I would show them images that I would create with BoxyCharm. I even told them they could use them if they want to. My husband had an old leather jacket and he had bought me yellow roses. So I took the jacket and I opened up the BoxyCharm inside his jacket and then put the petals around it.
Oh wow.
Can you see it good enough, or is there a glare?
Yeah, I can see the Boxy Charm. Is that the Boxy Charm? Oh, and the jacket. I see the jacket now with the zipper over on that side, the right hand
Yeah.
side.
And I put the box contents in it and took a picture of it.
Oh wow.
I love doing layouts like that. It's so fun.
Mm-hmm.
And I had one when it was in my mailbox, was the first one.
You don't put all that up on Facebook?
Yeah, on my name page when I was in it. This is me with makeup. This is hard to believe.
Yeah.
My hair was dyed and I had streaks put in. My husband teases me all the time. He says, "You need to do that again." And I'm like, "No, I went granny white, but this is what I look like with makeup on." I look like a complete different person.
I do too when I put on makeup, and people tell me that all the time. You know why? Because I don't wear makeup all the time. So
And I tell
you're
people
not
all the
used to
time,
it.
it changes your face. And like people with rosacea, it's not that you have to be beautiful with it, but it changes your whole appearance if you've got like rosacea and stuff on your face. So I can understand why people are into it. Yes, this is me with my hair fixed up for a wedding. You will never see these images.
Oh,
So
well, damn now.
get a good look because I don't look like this that often. I just feel like if you dress up every day and you look good every day, then people don't appreciate it when you actually do it. Like, I
Yeah,
like
because they
having my
see this
hair and
thing,
a bun on my
and then you have to keep up that image because people expect
yeah,
you to be like that all the time.
exactly.
And not only that, but it's really good for your skin to keep it natural.
Here's me being a clown.
Yeah, kitty or a rabbit.
They had face filters
I,
on
I, I,
Facebook.
I said kitty because I didn't see the ears. And then I'm looking down here and I'm like, wait a minute, those teeth. Yep, rabbit.
I love doing stuff like that. I mean, I probably would have a blast if I had.
Is that from
Look
Snapchat?
look how evil this
I got
is.
a lot
No,
from Snapchat.
yes,
Or
Snapchat. That's
yeah.
what I was gonna say. Snapchat. If I had Snapchat, I'd be crazy, but I don't use Snapchat. This was just filters on Facebook. Look at this, how evil.
Oh, you should go to Snapchat. They have a lot. Nice. I have a lot of them on my Facebook from Snapchat.
I love it when people talk like they sucked helium on Snapchat. Look at this face. See, I do know how to have fun.
Of course.
This face kills me. That's me being goofy.
I love Jib Jab also. Every once in a while, I'll go to Jib Jab and pay 1 month membership just so that I can do some Christmas stuff.
See this picture?
Is that your dog?
This was the Facebook picture of my baby when I saw her the first time. And I fell in love with my little fur baby face. I hope I have it down
Is
far
the
enough.
puppy right there?
Yes, this is my baby I have now.
Because she's big now. Or he's
Yeah,
big now.
that was her very first picture. When I saw that, I was like, oh my gosh, I gotta have her.
Okay.
I met the guy in Walmart parking lot, and she's been mine ever since.
You found her at a Walmart parking lot? Is that what you
Yeah.
said? Oh, wow.
Here's my adopted daughter from Pal Talk. We met in Pal Talk, and I adopted her. She's my adopted web daughter. This is my Sammy. We just talked on the phone here not too long ago. I
Nice.
should. I wish she would come in here one time. I would love to pull her up here.
She got a Facebook, or I mean, YouTube channel.
No,
Oh,
she's on my we met in Pal Talk chat and she's on my Facebook, but she sent me the most beautifulest thing that I keep in my store. She brought me to tears, the little wench.
I never heard of that. Pal Talk.
It's a chat. A lot of Yahooers went there when Yahoo closed. And I'm hardly ever on it. I still have it, but I have to sign in every once in a while or they take your account away, but I don't really chat a lot. There's only a couple of people. I have a really long list, but they're never lit up. I only have a couple of people I talk to on there if I do go. But yeah, but she adopted me as her online mom. And then here's my two daughters.
Bring it down some more. I only see the mouth and nose.
I know. YouTube, it's not even showing yet.
The one that's next to the red pole, she looks more like you.
Kristen.
Mm-hmm.
Kristen's on the left and Jade's on the right. But when I was younger, a lot of people said Jade looks like me. I think Kristen looks like her dad.
So we are done with this.
This is what I say to trolls. We get a troll in here. This is what I'll hold up.
Oh, there you can see it really good now. I'm really focused.
You see what it says?
Oh, okay, I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna print it on a paper, and every once in a while, I'll just throw it right here, like this, like this, and it's gonna be a.
Let me send it to you.
Send it, and then I'll print it out.
I think that's funny.
So I'm done with my card, with my Memorydex card. Think I should add anything else?
No, I think it's cute.
Thank you, thank you. It's the first time I do an oversized one.
Look at this picture. I love this picture. I find some of the awesomest pictures
Cute
on
horse.
the web.
An angel, a death is kissing.
Yes, it's kissing a horsey. Isn't that adorable? I love the pictures I find on the web sometimes. I just take them. I don't know what I'm going to do with them. I just think it's pretty.
See how it goes on the Memorydex thingy? Oh, I thought this was my first oversized
There was
one.
a girl drawing cartoons for some of the people that I met in the makeup community, and she made this cartoon in my face.
That's cute.
I thought that was cute. I loved it. It's like, oh, my cartoon. What'd you say about your Rolodex?
The how nicely the Memorydex fit in there.
Look at your cute shaker.
This one's really full of a lot of goodies in there. But it seems to be wanting to come apart down here. I don't know why. I'm not going to play with it too much.
I think I took off all my envelopes. Because I'm not seeing them. I wanted to show you my drawings, but I took them off.
When you deleted the pictures from your phone.
Yeah, I thought I still had them here, but they're not.
Don't you send your stuff to go to? I have all the pictures in my phone. It goes straight to Google.
No, I take them off, put them on my computer, but I don't have them.
I have tons, years worth of pictures in Google, and then I just recently bought this.
Did I tell you my story about the dog we were going to adopt at the pound? I was so mad. Here's my Holly Hobby journal.
Oh, that's a cloth. That's fabric.
Yep.
Nice.
That's one I did. I sold one and kept one.
That's good detail. I can tell it's fabric. See, I put this on my phone like this.
Mm-hmm.
Like that. And download all my photos into here. And this is an iPhone. But you can also get one of these for Android.
Well, I have an external hard drive, so I take and put them on there.
Yeah, you just download an app and then your thing will work with it. If you download that app. This is 256 gigabyte.
Nice. I have some thumb drives upstairs, but I never use them.
So this is good, like if I was to go to a fair or something, or a band, outdoors band or whatever. Because I used to take a lot of videos when I would go to events, and there'd be bands playing and whatnot, and it would fill up my phone too quick. Like I couldn't take videos of all the bands that I wanted. So with this, but like I'm like, okay, good time to get this right now when there is no bands going on because of the pandemic.
Yeah, it's true.
So right now my phone's not being used up, with videos and pictures because we just don't go nowhere. But I have it for when, and if we go to that retreat that they were talking about yesterday, then I'm going to definitely need that. You think about going to the retreat, Tammy?
What retreat?
What they were talking about yesterday on my channel.
I'm not going to a retreat. I can dream about one though.
Huh?
I said I'm not going to a retreat. I can dream about one though.
About one.
I forgot to bring baby wipes down here to wipe off my stamps. Ugh. I have nothing to clean them with down here.
Oh. Here. Grab one.
Oh shoot, I forgot to send you that picture.
Hello, Rebecca.
I need one.
Hello, Rebecca.
Hey, Rebecca. What are you up to, Rebecca? I'm getting ready to send her a pretty picture. I'll show you here in a second.
Send it. I want to print it.
This is what we call trolls on here, Rebecca. I'll show it to you after I send it to you if I can find it again. We got so many pictures still left on here. I got tired of taking them off last night. I got so much randomness on here. It's crazy. I even lost my outhouse picture that I do. I have an outhouse picture that I have on here, but I need to reprint it. I had it printed and I would put it as my break. when I would go to the bathroom. Because I'm a hillbilly in West Virginia. So we have outhouses here. That started too on Yahoo because somebody said, "Oh, she's in West Virginia. She's got an outhouse." I said, "Yep, I'm the only one with an outhouse that has Christmas lights."
Are you serious?
I tease them.
Oh,
Yeah, people always come at you for something.
take that picture of the outhouse. Show 'em
Yeah, I
the
have a picture of one on here that I had. I can't find it. I had it on my desk upstairs. I swear this house eats everything.
Oh,
You know,
man.
it's sad when you haven't unpacked your supplies yet, and you look at a video and you're watching yourself unbox. You're like, "Oh my god, I forgot I had those."
Mhm.
That's
Oh,
why
yeah.
I'm unpacking as I go along because I forgot what I have unless it's laid out in front of me. So my crafting area is going to be all open.
That's what happened when I moved from one room to over here, the other room to over here. I was like, oh, wow, I have this. I forgot I had that. Yes. I was thinking of buying one.
Since I've been on YouTube, I've been so fortunate though. I really have been. I feel so blessed with what I've encountered because like I said, this whole time and it's all been on YouTube. Like there was a girl I met, well, one thing was I met through Instagram. She has a makeup company named Eyeshadow Tammy after me. I've been published in 2 books. I have an eyeshadow named after me. I've been swatted. Oh, goodness. But I'm still yet to run into someone public that says, I know you from YouTube. I haven't had that happen yet. Now, Bonnie has. She went into a place and someone recognized her voice.
I have. I got stopped. I was going to Sam's Club with my granddaughter and my hubby. And she goes, "Aren't you Millie?"
This is what we say about trolls on here, Rebecca.
She also lives here in this town, in Tampa. So we were bound to run into each other, you know. But you remember me, but I did not remember her.
I sent it to you, Millie.
Okay, let me download.
Can you see her, Rebecca? I can't even remember who sent this to me, but I loved it. I was like, oh my God, that's hysterical.
Now, why did they send this to you? Were they trying to say something?
No, somebody just sent it to me as a joke. I can't remember who did. I always get people sending me stuff like that. I thought it was hysterical.
It is. Okay.
I even got to do a collab with some girls that were in the makeup community. They wanted everybody from different ethnicity backgrounds, and we had all different face features for type of make and skin tone differences for the types of makeup that they had. And what she did was she had us do a Kat Von D collab, and then she posted a picture that you scoot and it showed every single look we did. We had to pick one product. This was the challenge. And the product had to be something you could use as an eyeshadow, a liner if you wanted to on your eyes, your lips. It had to be one product to do everything. And I told her, she says, I can't believe how fast you did it. And I'm like, because I'm not a makeup guru, but I picked lipstick. This tube of lipstick that I absolutely love. It's brown, and you could use it for your lips. You could use it as an eyeshadow. It turned out really nice because she did a good job. And we all had our pictures done. And it was really cool. I met some really cool people through Instagram too, and I've neglected my Instagram. I hit 1K on Instagram before I ever came to YouTube. because the makeup community is huge. You start getting
Yeah,
to know
it
people,
is.
you get to
I've
know
seen
a lot of people.
videos on it.
And I'm still friends with some of them. And one of them, like we all started out very small. One of them really took off. Maui, I have not talked to her. I think her screen name was Maui girl, Hawaii girl. I don't know. She's still on my Instagram, but we all met in an app called Influencer. And a bunch of us are we still talk, and it's like really cool. So they said, you know, bigger YouTubers that have a heart don't forget where they came from. And she's grown. I don't even know what her Instagram is now. She doesn't have a YouTube channel, but it was funny because I'll go into trend mood every once in a while on YouTube. And she saw me in there. We were talking, and it's like really cool because even though her Instagram's really grown, it never went to her head. Like she stayed grounded. And we're still friends and we still talk, and it's awesome.
Like a true person.
Yeah. That's how you know when you have found true people on social media. I think it's Maui Hawaii girl is what her name is. I like her. She's very down to earth. Tosh is really huge on Instagram. I about died. She's awesome. I love Tosh. She's so down to earth too. Oh my goodness, some of the things that comes out of that woman's mouth. She reminds me so much of me when I think of things. She's got 15,000 on Instagram. Tosh does. I don't know how many's following her on YouTube. I think she's like up in the 20,000s.
All right.
But the highest I've ever talked to in a live stream that is very, very nice. I think she is. She's hysterical when you watch her videos. But she is a very, very nice person, I think, in my opinion, from what I have found on her. She's got 2.79 million subscribers.
Okay, how does it look?
I can't even imagine 2.79 million subscribers. That's a lot of people. I would be overwhelmed. You got it. That looks cute. And that's B Loves Life. I really love watching her and her family videos. She's a mukbang person. I'm going to put her video in her thing in the room. You want to see a comment section that can be so good and so horrible. She's got it. It can be nasty. I've even went and complained to the people posting nasty stuff to her. But this is B Loves Life, and she has her own song at the beginning of her video and stuff. And I love it how she does the Smackalicious, and I'm a bougie chick or however. I don't know. Her song's really cute and it's catchy. And I met her through Tosh. She was on Tosh's stream, and she was just really nice and very friendly, and her and Tosh is friends and stuff. But she's just, I can't imagine the stuff that this woman deals with, though. When I look at some of her commenters, it's like, oh my gosh, they're terrible people. And then she's got some that are really good. But her husband shoots her videos, and her son Darius, I think, has a channel, and I think she's got another son. I don't know her whole family yet because I just started watching her not too long ago, but she's funny. And when you're married, sometimes we take our partners for granted. And this is what I mean by YouTube people taking things literal too much, which I don't, because I get it. Is like her husband was in a video and she said something to him about you need to shut up or something like that. And oh my God, her commenters, you talk to your husband terribly. And I'm like, when you've been married to somebody for a while, stuff like that slips out. You cannot take it to heart. You know what I mean? It's like my husband gets on my nerves sometimes too. But it doesn't mean I hate him or I'm putting him down when I make certain comments. You know what I mean? Because you're married for so long that sometimes you just forget.
They're like your arm or your leg.
And she said something to her husband in a video, and oh my goodness, her commenters were terrible. You treat your husband like crap. I said, no, she doesn't. You can just tell they've been together for a while. I would never take that to heart. But I just think some people on YouTube just like to complain, period. And I've always said this, YouTube is YouTube. You are not here to please everybody else. And I've seen a channel fail because of that. There was a girl who was so sweet. I still follow her, but she was doing her own content. And this is what happens as your channel grows. In some people that I've seen, like I sit back and really study personalities because it's just that type of person I am. But I felt so bad because she would do her own content. She was doing really good. That's how her channel grew in the first place. And now all of a sudden it's, what do you want me to do? What would you like to see? And it's like, girlfriend, your channel didn't grow because you kept asking what everybody else wanted. Your channel grew because you were being you. And now she's so caught up and afraid to lose subscribers that she's becoming too much of a people pleaser. And guess what? Her channel is failing.
Oh,
she's
wow.
not getting the views she was getting because she sounds so needy when she says that.
Sweetheart said, be nice. Not now. Be nice to Mike.
No, I just spank him, sweet. Oh, yeah. He'll tease me and he'll say something like, he'll walk past the room and say, oh my God, she's beating me. I said, don't say that stuff on YouTube because I get like that too, because some people will take it literally and think I'm really hitting you. And then he laughs because he's so damn ornery. He's my trouble, sweet. But seriously, when you do your YouTube, and sometimes I've seen people get monetized, it like goes to their head. Like they're so afraid of losing that monetization. That's why you should never become dependent on it. Because to me, YouTube is not an hourly job. It's like YouTube can give it and YouTube can take it away. When I first started in 2017, all you had to do was have 1,000 subscribers and you automatically got monetized. Now it's 1,000 subscribers and they changed it. When I was at 500 subscribers, they changed it right before I got to 1K to now you have to have 4,000 hour watch time and 1,000 subscribers. And it's like, if they keep upping it, and there's been people who were monetized that got demonetized that had to get remonetized again. So my advice is don't rely on YouTube. If you want a real job, get an hourly job where you have an hourly wage. And it's like, but I see these channels grow and then it's like they're so afraid because they get so dependent on that money. Then it's like, oh my gosh, I'm not going to be me anymore. And people are saying you should do this and you should do that. And they get afraid that they're going to pull and leave their channels. So then they start doing, and you cannot please everybody on YouTube. You can't please even everybody in your family. So that's the part that I see that's really sad in YouTubers growing. It's like, don't ever get to the point where you stop being true to you, because when you do, that's when your channel fails. So that's why I don't care. You know, people ask me all the time, how come you're at 2,000 and you're not paid? And it's because I don't have the watch time. I feel like this, I'm going to get it organically. If it happens, it happens. Yes, I've asked people if they want to give watch time, and some people have, but it's not getting me the hours that I want. So I guess I'm not ready yet. But I had a friend who got monetized because school teacher, he took his phone to school and left his phone in a locker playing his channel on a different Wi-Fi. They check your IP. Like, you can't consistently watch your channel from your house or it'll count against you. So it's got to be different people from different IP addresses. And I don't want to cheat to get monetized. I really want people to want to watch my channel. Now, if somebody asks if they can watch my playlist and playlist me, that's fine. But I just don't have the hours. 4,000 hours is a lot in 1 year. That's over 122,000 minutes or something like that. I forget. I figured out the math once, but that's like a lot of time. So I look at it like this. If I'm meant to get paid, I will. If I don't, I don't. I don't care, because YouTube has so many rules that my biggest fear is, if I do get monetized, okay, I have my grandchild on one of my videos. Are they going to flag it? If you have a kid and you're not set for kids controls, because I'm not, I cuss, I have a potty mouth sometimes. If they see that video of my granddaughter, are they going to flag it? I don't know, because it was before the law changed. And I'm not taking that video down. So they have so many rules. I don't even know what's going to count against me if I do get monetized.
I have another channel that I've been on since 2007. And I have a lot of kids video in there. They're all my grandkids when they were young. And I haven't been flagged on none of them. I have one video, and I'm still not monetized. I still have less than 200 people, and I only have one video that's been viewed 8,191 times. And that's my mom's wake that I put together when my mom passed away. It took me 5 years before I did that. It's like a slideshow. It took me 5 years, because every time I try to put a picture together of my mom on the slideshow, I end up crying and I would lose it.
But do you have it sent for kids?
No. I changed all that when the law came.
Oh, because I mean, if you have a channel with kids and you have it set for kids, I don't think they can count it against you. But I don't know if they'll count it against me when I get monetized or not.
I don't know. And I'm not monetized on it because I don't have enough.
Well, I have a friend who has a little daughter, and she just got hers flagged because her daughter showed up in her video. It got flagged. That's what I'm afraid of.
I'd probably read more about it. Me, because I really don't care if I get monetized or not. I'm not worried about it. I'm not there yet anyway. And I've been at this since 2007. That's what, 13, 14 years.
But will they count it before the law changed though, Rebecca? Because that was an older video.
Mm-hmm.
It's like so far down on my list. Like, you have to be on my computer to even find it. If you're on your phone looking for it, you're not going to find it, because your list only goes back so far. YouTube's algorithm, though, every once in a while, they'll throw all your older videos back into new viewing. They've done that before, too. That's how my sleep makeup was old. And it hit 1K, and I was like, wow, because they mixed up all of our old content. And I did an interview.
I haven't touched none of mine. Mine are all still in order and everything.
No, they are in order. That's not what I mean. They do it in YouTube. It has nothing to do with what order they're in. They mix up your old ones, and they were throwing like everybody's old ones back out there where people could see them. And
okay. When you first turn on your YouTube.
Yeah, like when you're going down the thumbnails, when you're watching someone's video and you go to the thumbnails underneath, they remixed them back out again. And it was weird because a lot of my old videos were showing up, and I was like, oh crap. Yeah. Sometimes you can still do it. You'll see a video. Yeah,
I see that a lot with
7 years ago.
Yeah, I see that a lot with them. I'm like, but I already saw that one. Why are they still putting it there as this was like they picked this for you to watch? 9 years ago, I already seen that video before. Take that out of there. There's an X there where you can exit out and.
Oh, Rebecca, that's interesting. Well, that makes sense. I've never seen advertising for condoms yet.
Huh?
Rebecca said it's because the advertising, they're making it where you have to put them as kids' videos or not kids, is because they don't want condom videos in kids advertising for kids videos.
I haven't seen condom videos either.
Me neither. I've never seen a condom video since I've been on
guess
here.
it depends what you're watching.
Rebecca.
Because the ad
it's you. What kind of videos are you watching, Rebecca?
The ads are done specifically to what you're clicking on your computer, what you're clicking on the internet. And sometimes it can hear what you're saying. Like we're talking right now. And if we mention something that might be in an ad somewhere around there, it'll pop up on your computer and be like, damn, I was just talking about that.
Rebecca says, Schmilly.
It's true.
You're so funny.
Busted.
You know what commercials I see? Leaky gut. I see leaky gut commercials. Or that, are you a man soap? Have you seen those ads?
I know, right? That one
cracked me up. The all natural man soap. That's what I see. The people will help each other on YouTube and they will watch each other's playlists because I've done it. I watched a couple people's playlists. I just let it run on my computer. And I help people out when they need it. So a couple people have been helping me out, but I don't know if it's going to work.
It should. Let's see. So Sweetheart says, so a 1 hour video a day needs 11 viewers, or a 2 hour video needs 5 to 6 viewers.
Okay, we're going to go to my watch time hours. I'm going to do the last 365 days. And as mine stands right now.
Where are you in your algorithm? Or
what is it doing?
YouTube Studio?
Okay. Since they're not even giving me the right. What are they doing?
Now, before this 1,000 sign people who what's it called again? Subscribers. Before the 1,000 subscribers, I did get a letter from YouTube saying that I was 100 something away from being monetized on my old YouTube. And then that came along and ruined everything. Because for my old channel, I have 100 and something people. I don't go looking for people. That's the problem that I have. I don't network. So I don't really bother because I don't know. I just put the videos up for families to watch. You know, when I pass away, they'll be like, oh, there's my grandma. Oh, look, she used to cook for us. And oh, look at all the fun that we had with grandma, my mom, and all that. That's what I do it for. I don't really do it for nothing else. So I'm not out there networking.
It's not giving me actual time. Well, one thing I've learned about YouTube and watching bigger YouTubers is they say is if you sit there and you don't go looking for people, they're not going to find you.
I know.
You're here.
I don't do no network. I'm not really into it.
But there's a difference between just grow channels and networking channels too. When you go into some of these channels, they're just you can tell the ones that are all about the numbers, and then you find the ones that'll tell you how to do it right. That when you're in a networking channel like Think Dragon and B&O Outdoors is one. I know a whole bunch of networking channels. Pusha Studios is one of my favorites. All of them are my favorites, really. When you're networking, because that's what they do. They have a channel time that they just network. They do videos and stuff too, like B&O and stuff does, but they tell you to do it right. You go to the person's channel. If you like their content, you subscribe, you leave a comment after watching the video and let them know that you're there. But if you don't like the channel, don't subscribe to it. I'm not going to subscribe to somebody if I don't like their content.
Rebecca says it's almost impossible to make money on YouTube anymore.
Yeah, I believe
Especially now with the pandemic, all them actors and actresses from TV land, they're all getting into, oh my God, and it's a big ruckus with these bloggers, the gossipers, because you have the ones that came from TV into YouTube and the ones that were already established in YouTube with all these gossips, they're not liking the people from TV land coming in their territory. So now they're like back and forth. I'd be watching all of that going on in Instagram. I get my brain filled with these people going back and forth at it.
for some reason, this is not giving me the last 365 days. It's showing me
You watch
just
Runny
this
Eggs.
video. So it's not giving me what I'm looking for.
What is Runny Egg? Sweetheart says you watch Runny Egg. Pusa is funny, but she gives me a headache. Who's Pusa? What's a Pusa? Am I saying that right? They have been changing. Oh, definitely. Yeah.
The last 28 days, I have 159.2 hour watch time. That's the last 28 days. I can't get a reading on the last 365 for some reason. It won't give it to me.
Is it something that they normally
here
do?
we go. Let me see here.
It's one Tammy watches. Pusa.
Yeah, Pusa Studios. Hold on. I'm not looking at the screen right this second. Last 365 days, I have 1,300 watch hours. So I'm not even halfway there. But I got people running my playlist right now, so we'll see what it looks like here in a month. But 365 days, you got to have 4,000, and I have 1.3. Pusa Studios. Sweet. You can turn the mic down. She's hysterical when you give a super sticker. She goes, super sticker, super chat, and she screams it really loud. But I love it when Andrew, she puts lipstick on and kisses Andrew's face. I love Pusa Studios. They made me a Christmas present. They made me a horse with my name in it and one of her art programs, and I used it as one of my pictures. But I love them too. I think Andrew and I can't think of Kenzia, is that how you say her name? Her first name's different. I can't think of how you pronounce her first name. I always get her name wrong.
Okay, Rebecca, we should be still here. We should still be here.
Kenzia, I don't know, but I love them. I think they're awesome.
We can see.
All righty. All right,
Okay.
Rebecca.
So it's called Pusa Studio on YouTube.
Sweet. Yeah, Pusa. Pusa Studio. It was place. It's a place. Pusha is a place. It's a town. I think that her mother lived in or something. That's where they got the name of their channel. In a different country.
PUSE? No, wait.
PUSA.
Yeah, I put the wrong.
And that's a good networking stream too. I've met quite a few really good people from their stream. So this is Pearl's page. I don't know what I'm going to do with the front of this yet. That's actually wallpaper right there. And then this sunflower around here, this is actually duct tape I found with sunflowers on it. And this is rickrack I use as border. And this was a picture I took of me holding a fake flower in a Goodwill. I couldn't find a picture of a sunflower amongst my stuff that I like. So I found a fake flower and held it up and took a picture. So I finished the front of this. And this was wallpaper that I got. And this was lace I had in a sale that never sold. So I decided to use it. And then all the pieces in here are pieces from what they sent me in a sale. So I think I did good. My Pearl page is pretty. This is for Pearl. I just got to get little name tags to put whose page is what. And I can't wait. This book's going to be fun to fill. I've got plenty of space. And the pages in here are my dyed. They're coffee dyed or they are food coloring dyed. And when I do coffee dye, I did just the yellow and the coffee. I add a cap full of vanilla to give the papers a really good smell. Sometimes I might put a little bit of ginger in. It depends. One of them is gritty. I can't remember if it was the ginger or the cinnamon. Gives your paper a little bit of grit, but these are all my coffee dyed papers. I need to dye some more papers. But this says, it takes friends to build a house, but only hearts can build a home. And I think that's perfect for Pearl because when she tells her stories, you just feel like you're at home with her. She makes you feel like you know her so up close and personal, and I love that about her. So I enjoyed this page, and this was stuff I bought off of one of her sales. So I'm happy. Everything but the stamp part. My favorite crafters are the people I buy off of are coming in this book. So I got plenty more to add. As I unpack into my craft store down here. And this is a 2 signature that I did. They'll be put in here. So as I unpack, and I'm going to do a separate person for each page. I'm not going to do a repeat person. So it's going to be interesting to see who fills this book up. And I started decorating my walls. I bought 2 items off of Patty that she did with jars, and she painted them, and I have them hanging on my wall. And the Snoopy that Michelle, that's a local friend, drew under a starry night. I have that on my wall, but I'll do a tour. It's going to be a while, but I'll do a tour when it's done. My horse picture, I'm trying to figure out where to put it. That humongous horse picture. Oh my goodness, you missed that one, Millie. This thing is like, I mean, it's huge.
Oh, yeah.
And we went to the antique mall, me and my husband, and there was a vendor, because you got to pay $100 a month to stay there. And they were getting rid, because with the COVID going around, they can't keep people coming in. So one of the vendors was selling off everything 75% in their booth. And I'm talking a huge mural of horses. It was $160 marked down to 40. Heck yeah, I jumped on it. You should see this picture. It's a painting. And you could see where they redid it because they couldn't find a frame big enough, but you can see where they redid the back of it new because you can see the newer wood. Well, part of the frame was kind of falling apart. So my husband used wood glue and we have it upstairs drying, but I got to find a place down here to put it. Oh, I think I have a picture of that on here. Hold on. I took a picture of it in the antique mall because I sent it to Patty. I said, look how lucky I got today. Unless I deleted it back off. I probably did. I did.
Sweetheart says, but Runny Egg is one helping Drew. He's been giving him advice lately. Is Runny Eggs a YouTube name or something? I don't know. Or it's somebody's name? Never heard of Runny
Oh,
Egg.
I don't know. I haven't been in Poose's stream. I've been in their comment section lately because I haven't been doing other stuff when they've been on. I haven't been catching their lives lately. But anyways, I didn't get to tell you about my puppy. So I went to the thing. I gave a terrible review today. I was so heartbroken and so devastated. We went to, well, me and my husband were out antiquing over the weekend. I didn't go to the website, so I didn't read nothing. We stopped into our local dog pound pretty much. And we fell in love with this little male puppy. Oh my God, he was so cute. He's about a year old. He just licked my hand right through his pen, his little cage. And I thought, you know, we'd been talking about getting another animal because my dog, she seems like she's not socialized enough. She needs another animal. I always think when you have a pet, you should have a couple because I think they balance each other out. Well, we fell in love with the puppy. They brought him into the room for us to meet him and everything. And then we told them we were going to bring our dog back because we wanted to see how they would react with each other. They never told me about a pre-adoption, never heard of such thing because I have never been to the pound to get a dog before. I've always gotten them from, you know, people having puppies or kittens or whatever through word of mouth. So they never told us we had to have money down or nothing. So we turned around, we called back the next day. We talked about this dog all night. So we decided to go back the next day to take our dog, and they never said nothing. Then she tells me on the phone, not even 24 hours later, that somebody else came in and signed a pre-adoption. I'm like, you're kidding me, right? I was talking to the dog warden. I'm like, what do you mean somebody came in and adopted him? We told the girl that showed him, she was there, that we were going to bring our dog back, that we were interested in him. Why would you adopt him to someone else when we had first dibs? So they never told us nothing. So we had to sign the pre-adoption as number 2. Well, he got another owner. So yeah, I was heartbroken. I left them a nasty review too. Well, it wasn't nasty, but I told him how I felt. I'm like, you made a mistake. You should have told the second person that came in that the girl never told us that we had to do this, and it was your mistake. It was your worker's mistake. And then you should have told the second people you were sorry instead of coming and telling us you were sorry. So what if I would have had a kid with me and my child would have picked this dog out, and then you turn around and tell my child they can't have this dog? I'd have been furious. I probably would have got a lawyer. That's how mad I was. So I went to the website and I'm like, because when I called her and talked to the warden again, she was like, well, we have this dog that just came in. This is what really made me extremely mad. She says, we had this dog that just came in out of heat, but we can't show her. I'm like, she didn't give me a chance to talk. And I was like, listen, I don't want another dog. It's not because she thought I was after the breed or something. I was like, no, it was this particular dog. When I was taught to pick out a pet, I don't care if it's from a litter. I don't care anywhere you go. The dog should pick you. He came right up to me and licked my hand right through his cage. That's when I knew he was perfect for us.
Yeah.
And I said, and you turn around and you place him with someone else. I said, that was real bright. I had a very bad upset moment this morning. I was not a happy camper.
I wonder how that dog feels being in somebody else's home and not the person that it saw the first time around.
I don't know, but I tell you what, we took our dog up around. He put his paw on Roni's face, and he was just like all wanting to play with her, and she's looking at him like, what? She didn't know what to do. Her hairs didn't raise. She didn't bark at him. She didn't try to bite him. She just walked away from him, and that's not even normal for her either, because if she sees a dog when we're out walking her, she like drags us across the yard. So I told my husband, there's good potential. She did okay with him, for her first time being socialized like that. But I was so upset that they took this dog right out from underneath us, and I told her, all I can say is this is the first time I've been to the dog pound to adopt, and this is the last time I will ever show up, because this was so disappointing, what you guys did. So I gave him a 1-star review, and this is what I put. Come on. They better not have taken it down, or I'll be furious. Okay. I said, my husband and I have never adopted from the shelter before and decided to give a dog a forever home. We stopped by, and right from the start, we met a beautiful fur baby that came right to us, and I had a feeling he would be a perfect family addition to our home and friend to our fur baby that we already have. We even asked if we could bring our fur baby to meet him to see how she would react, and we're told yes, they do that. No one told us we had to fill out papers whatsoever, so we were not told about the pre-adoption. My husband and I came home. We were so excited. We talked about him all night. The next day, we called to plan a meet between our fur baby and the one we picked, only to be told that someone came in after us and took our dog right out from under us because this person filled out a pre-adoption papers we were not told about. We were devastated, and we still had them both meet, which went good. I have never been so hurt in my life. The people who run this place made this mistake and should have told the second people just that and fixed their mistake. Instead, we are left heartbroken. If I had a child in my home and had to explain this, do these people even understand what this would have done? For me to break a hopeful heart. This was an awful experience that I never wish on another. I will never recommend this place for adopting a pet, and they should not be allowed to, because their best interests are not for the pets or the family who has the love to give. That's what I left them in a 1-star rating. Because I thought it was awful how they handled it. It's absolutely ridiculous. Here, I'll show you his picture. He was so stinking cute, too. And my dog, she's part lab and part Staffordshire Bull Terrier. I didn't even pay attention to his breed. My husband said he's a pit bull. I don't care. It had nothing to do. He looks later than the picture, but look at this. He came right up, licked my hand, and was just so stinking cute. And he would have been perfect with Roni.
And how old is he?
A year.
Still a puppy.
I know, and I just love him. They said he wasn't trained, and I said that's fine, because I have a pet crate. That what I did with Roni, and of course it all depends on your dog too. I had a crate with her first. She hated it because she can't see. And I talked to my daughter who had a puppy with a crate, and she said, "Oh God, Mom," she says, "Clyde wouldn't have been able to handle it. He couldn't see either." So how I did Roni was I have my bookstore down here because I'm at home, so I'm able to teach her to go to the bathroom. I got a library book that my aunt had shared with me years ago on how she trained her dogs, and it works perfectly great on training dogs to go to the bathroom. And I put her in a pack and play because the mat's easy to wash if she had accidents. And Rooney was just a little puppy. So I put her in the pack and play, and she slept a lot. And then I would hear her in their whimper, and then I could go in and take care of her and play with her for a little bit. And then I would take her outside, and that's how I trained her. And when they have an accident, you're supposed to sop up a little bit of what they do in a paper towel, and you let them smell it, and then you put it on the ground and say, "This is where it goes." This is how I taught her. And in 3 weeks, my dog was trained. So when I looked up about a year old, because they say puppies are harder, which I do believe that. I mean, I literally was exhausted. It was like a newborn baby. Every 3 hours, like I had this dog outside pottying. And I literally showed up at the vet for her shots with my shirt inside out and backwards, literally, and nobody said anything. I didn't realize it till I got home. It's how tired I was. And I told my husband I didn't have him help me because it's better if it's a one person so that they get to know your way of going to the bathroom. And it works if you have the one person consistent. Now, my husband played with her and stuff, but I said, until I get her trained, let me just do the potty training part because it's just easier because he does things different than me. And I think it's too confusing to a puppy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So when she was trained, now she's fine. Like he takes her out and stuff now, but during training, it was just me. And I also highly recommend Zach. If you type in Zach, the dog trainer, he should come up on YouTube. He is amazing. He teaches you anything you want to know about a dog. Whatever problem you're having, you can Google under his name and you'll find it. So, when I looked up about getting a dog that's a year old, they say a dog a year old is actually easier. So my method with him was going to be that I would crate him and then take him out when I took Roni out at the same time so that he would know what to do watching her and learning from her. And if he didn't go, then I would put him back in the crate and not let him play out with us yet until I actually seen him start to go outside. And then once he goes outside, then I know that he just went to the bathroom then because we have white carpet in our living room. What I would do is let him play after he went to the bathroom so there would be no accidents. Because what I was taught is a medium-sized dog, a littler dog can't retain their, going to the potty. They need more frequent trips. Where a medium dog, it's like a half an hour, 20 minutes to a half an hour after they eat or drink. That's when you want to take them outside the bath, to potty them. So at nighttime, like at 9 o'clock at night when we would go to bed or whenever we would go to bed, we would put her food and water up. This is how I did with Roni, where she can't have nothing until the next day. That way we know she's not going to have an accident. And it works that way. And then in the morning, of course, we would put her water and her food back down again. And then as soon as she would eat and drink, between 20 minutes to half an hour, I was back outside with her again. So that's what I was going to do with him, was just, and if we got to use, because we have an open, we have a pack and play, we have whatever the dog prefers. But one thing about the mat and the pack and play, if they have an accident, it's okay. Because like I said, the material in it is easy to wipe. It's like a kind of like a, no, don't want to say a vinyl, but it's just water resistant. So I could just take and wipe it. And that's what I did with Roni. And it was easy because like I'd be in here working in the store and then I would get up to go pee. I would take her outside and then I'd walk her around a little bit and then I'd bring her back in. Like I have like a little bit of playtime with her. And in 3 weeks, she was trained. So with him, it would be a little different because he's a little bigger, but they say online that the older dogs are actually easier than the puppies. And even one of the girls at the pound said, well, if you take him out, when you take her out, he'll pick up on it. And I do believe that. So we had it all planned out. And now no puppy. And then she's trying to pawn one off on me that I never even met yet. And I'm like, that's not the point. It isn't about taking any dog. I'm very picky about the ones I pick because I want to see how they react to me. And she's just shoving off another dog on me because he's gone. And I'm like, no, I don't think so. So yes, I'm not impressed with that place at all. But they have another one that's not too far away from me that's actually apparently better. They get better feedback and better results. And people told me it's actually a way better place. But my heart's just not in it right now. So I told my husband, maybe I just won't. I'll just keep the dog I have and just be done with it, because I just hate getting your hopes up and then they're gone. It's like nobody's going to replace him. He was so stinking cute. And I guess his previous owner, they found him locked up all day with another dog, and they just went to the bathroom whenever they felt like it. And the owners were never home. And they named him Zero. Who the hell would name their dog Zero? I told her the first thing I would do is change his name, because he's definitely not nothing. He's definitely something. But I just can't believe that.
I don't understand why people, if they don't like dogs, why do they have them? To torture them?
I don't know.
That's crazy.
But some stories, though, I don't listen to when they tell them, because I know for a fact they had a video one time on YouTube and people were putting this lady down. This lady had this dog her whole life. Now, there are circumstances that I believe that people do have to separate from their pets that cannot be helped. This woman had this dog, raised it. She was not throwing this dog away. She had to go into a nursing home. And she couldn't take the dog with her. And you could see her crying, even parting with the dog. And people in the comment sections were terrible under this video. And I'm like, listen, that happens. There is no renting places around me that's pet friendly. And if a person has to move, it's excruciating. Because I know my daughter, she had to place one of her dogs. Of course, she knew the person she placed her with, but she ended up in an apartment where she couldn't take a pet. And it was devastating to her that she had to lose her dog, but she had no choice. So, yeah, so there are circumstances that it does happen in, and my daughter's trying to get her back. I mean, she's literally trying to get a house where, because she knows the people she gave her dog to, but she said, if I ever get a house, would you possibly give her back? And they've talked about it, and she might get her back. I don't know. But it's not that she wanted to leave her. She had no choice. And when you're taking care of your kid and you're a single mom, it's a little bit hard to say, what do I choose, my pet or my kid? Because I can't afford apartments that allow animals over apartments that don't. And we are not pet friendly here. There's only one town close to me that allows pets and the rest don't. And then private ones, they charge like a way huge amount as a deposit if you have a pet, because some people haven't trained. Like my dog, she's trained. She would never destroy. She's never destroyed anything. We've been so blessed with Roni. Paper towels. She destroyed one roll of paper towels. My dog has never chewed up shoes. She's never done anything like I've seen other dogs do. So it all depends on the animal too, and if the people are taking care of them and, training them well. But Kristen's dog, the reason why we didn't keep her for her was because she's the little Yorkie, and she was so darn adorable. She was a Yorkie mix, but she never properly trained her to go outside. And if you come home and all you do is say, "Oh, little Bella," we used to call her little Bella, she would just whiz all over the floor when she'd hear my voice. My daughter said, "Mom, quit talking to her. Every time you talk to her, she piddles." So she wasn't entirely house trained. And I told my husband, there's no way we can have her because I cannot do this. I cannot, take care of a business and have a dog that whizzes all the time. And the smaller dogs, that's a bad habit with some of them.
Mine, I had her for a year, and then all of a sudden I started getting sick and I couldn't breathe, and the doctor thought I had pneumonia or something, and it turned out I was allergic to my dog.
Oh my gosh, I'm allergic to pet dander. I have to change my sheets often where my dog sleeps because it's the pet dander. I'm allergic to cat dander and dog dander, but I'm not allergic to their fur, just their dander. They had to do the prong test.
The thing is, I'm allergic to cats too. This dog is hypoallergenic. That's what I didn't understand. It was a Chihuahua.
So these are what I'm doing on my Facebook group page under Crafting Passions. I've been doing this every Friday morning. I pick a letter out of a box of a whole bunch of goodies I've cut out of magazines. I pick a word, and it's not in alphabetical order, but I'm doing the alphabet. It's just whatever I feel like doing that I find. And these are journaling cards that I'm doing that I want, that are like, I don't know if you call this mixed media because it's magazine pages. I'm not exactly sure the definition of mixed media. But I did a garden. I've done H for horse. I try to do one word, but if I don't have one word, I add a word underneath. It's no big deal. This here was a receipt that I got that said junk journal. So I cut out junk journal and what I put in it. I even added charms and ball pins. This here was what a rainy day, and I had to add rainbow because I didn't have a picture of rainbow, and it makes me sleepy. Like, you pick a word and you put on the journaling card what that word means to you, what you see or what you feel when you hear that word. And then this here is my serenity, which is the sound of a fish tank, my faith in music. So this is all my serenity. And I've been doing these, like, I don't know, between 5 and 7 o'clock in the morning, live on my Facebook group page.
So bad you can put a little sound chip up in there. Have the sound of the waves of hitting the ocean.
See, you could do an ocean. Like, I wanted people to craft with me, along with me, if they wanted to, but people have viewed and a couple commented, but nobody's really into it because I'm like, well, if you do take pictures and post it, I'm part of a lot of Facebook groups, but I don't want my group to be a pressure or make people feel like, because I don't want to put down Facebook groups that do this kind of stuff and challenges and swaps. I'm not putting them down. It's just I joined one and I did a swap. I had no clue what die cuts were. So I made my group like a 101. Like, we craft along with each other if we want to, but there's no swaps. There's no pressure to do anything. If you want to know what something is, ask. And then somebody in the group can explain what it is. So I want it to be like a pre-group before you join a group and to know what it is, what everything is. So if a person comes in and says, I want to know what a die cut is, we can show them what a die cut is. And then when you join groups with swaps, you'll know what you're getting into.
Do you know what kind of flower that is?
Oh, that's so cute. That almost looks like a dandelion fuzz. Oh, that's different.
This is a fruit.
Neat.
This is a fruit. This is in my backyard. My husband is the gardener. This is a passion fruit.
Passion fruit. That's funny. What's up in the house used to call me passion fruit all the time on Yahoo.
Tammy Passion, and that's a passion fruit, Tammy.
Yeah, but I had my name on there was a passion kiss for you, and passion kiss was the Nick. So they used to call me PK, or he called me Pash. And he's every time I see passion, I think of passion fruit.
See, they're all this light right here. It's not showing. It's so pretty.
I have
it's a vine. The passion fruit is a vine, and it attaches. It has to attach to something in order for it to grow. And over here where it's attached to, and I do not make passion. I do not make the drink out of this passion because he put it next to a pine tree. You know, pine tree has oil. Has an oil. And he put that next to a pine tree, so I'm afraid that the oil of the pine tree is in the juice of the fruit. So I will not. I refuse. So we have a huge yard, it's 1.25 acres, and it has a lot of trees. So I did another one on a fruit tree because we got grapefruit, orange trees, and yada yada. So I put mine on a grapefruit. That thing is taking over, and it's just like covering up all the other trees that we have. Because this just grows and grows, and every year there's more and more and more. The passion fruit is a superfood. So I'm waiting. I should get some fruits by next year. So I'm waiting on that.
That's different.
Yeah, and we got mangoes going.
Does the fruit taste good?
Oh, it's like sour. You got sugar in it. It's sour. It's a sour putt. But once you juice it up and you put sugar and all that good stuff in it, then it's okay. It's supposed to be it's supposed to be very healthy for you. I'm looking for the pictures of my doggy and I can't find her. Every time I see my doggy, I cry. But she's in a good home. And they also had another Chihuahua. And when my dog saw their dog, see, this is what the passion fruit looks like. Look, it's even a heart shape.
Aww. It's funny how he was from the UK and he would call me passion fruit, and then my friend Happy Little Nut, oh, I loved her screen name. She was from New Zealand and she used to call me Tim Tams. And I never knew what Tim Tams were till I looked them up, and they're little tasty cakes. I said, well, at least you guys are naming me after something nice.
That's how you got your name?
Yeah, she used to call me Tim Tam all the time. She said, hey, Tim Tam, every time she'd see me in a chat room. I miss Happy Little Nut because she was a riot.
Hello, Art of Reed.
Hey, Art. She hated Bill Gates, so I made this ID one time called Bill Gates' favorite little kiwi and came in after the room after her. She goes, who's under that ID? I said, I'm not telling. Come here. And she says, I want to know who you are. I said, I kept her going for about 5 minutes. She guessed like a couple other people. And then I said something. She says, oh my goodness, Tammy. That's the kind of stuff we used to do to each other, though.
This is what a pit bull did to this guy's chin.
Ouch. How are you doing, Art of Reed?
This
was the gift that Pearl sent me. Little blue lace. That's terrible. You hear a lot of attacks by pit bulls, but you know, I think any breed can be aggressive. And I don't think it's all on how they're raised either. I think
my Chihuahua was a lovely dog. I miss her.
Well, we used to have a German Shepherd up the road that would attack the neighborhood kids. And sometimes I think because he was old. And if people can get old and senile, why can't dogs?
Well, exactly.
Yeah, and it's like, and I think they reach an age and they just don't want to be around kids. And then, you know, of course, a person should be aware of that. But like my uncle, another story I could share as a kid, we went there every summer. He had a full-blooded German Shepherd. I never saw that dog attack anybody. He was the friendliest dog. And we played with him and he hung out with my uncle and we'd go horseback riding. He would follow us. And just one summer I went there and I remember him sitting down in the yard and I got down on my knees and went, nice doggy. And next thing you know, my face was in his mouth. I literally have a scar on my chin and up in my eyebrow where this dog sunk his teeth. He never closed his mouth. He just sunk his teeth in my face as a kid. And that was his first attack. Well, you know, you get the, what did you do to him? And I said, I just went nice puppy. And I had 4 tetanus shots over that. And then they didn't do anything about the dog. And then one day they had a paper boy delivering paper and he literally pulled him off the bike and he bit his ear almost completely off.
Oh, wow.
So my uncle had to put him down. But that family, you know, I was the warning that they should have paid attention. And they didn't. And then because they didn't want to believe that their pet was like that. As much as I love Roni, I still am very skeptical with her when my grandkids are here. Like I watch her the whole time. I will never leave her unattended with my grandkids. As much as I love my dog, because I have seen some people that love their dogs and they attack people. So I'm always leery about that, but it was just weird that that dog all of a sudden attacked me for no reason. And he was up in age, and I think they get elderly because, I mean, heck, I've worked in nursing homes where they try to kick you and pinch you. And so, you know, I think dogs can get aggressive. I don't think it has anything to do with how they're raised. It's just, they just don't want to deal with you when they get older. Because you always hear that. Well, them people raised that dog right. Well, the people that had the German Shepherd was my uncle, and he loved that dog. And I know he was not abusive to that dog. So I would never say it was how he was raised because he was very loved. He just got old. This book's got a lot of pretty pictures in it. Oh, it's even got ephemera. Look here. I got receipts. I bought this off of Pearl's live sale because I didn't have any books with flowers in them. I don't get books like this in my store that common. Most of the books I get are readable. But I don't know. You know, it is what it is. I bought this off of her to cut up, but then you look at some of these pictures and you're like, do I want to cut it up? Mike, are you spying on me again? What are you working on, Reed? Mike, are you playing in your book? I bought him a word search book for work so he wouldn't get too tired.
I used to do word search all the time before.
No, I love word searches. The only thing I don't like about copyrights is this. What if you find a page that you like a flower on one side, but you like the flower on the other side too? You can't copy it because it's not copyrightable.
Well, as long as it's just for me and not for selling, I'll go ahead and copy it.
Well, yeah, for myself I will, but some of my books I sell and it's like, no. Oh, that's nice, Reed.
So in the other case,
You draw horses?
I would have to buy 2 books. If I wanted to use a copyrighted, I would have to buy 2 books in order to use one side and then use the other side for the other book.
Yeah, I'm hoarding Edith Holden. I have the Edith Holden books. I am not. That's part of my hoard. Not gonna happen. If they were falling apart, it'd be one thing, but they're in good condition. This is what my husband's cousin drew for me.
Oh, that's a cute horse.
This is my favorite breed.
That's hand-drawn?
This is called a Friesian. Friesian horses are from the Netherlands, and they carried our knights. And when you think of all that armor on those men, and you look at a Friesian, if you type in the Friesian, oh my goodness, they are solid, and they are so rock built, and they're beautiful. And it was so weird because I kept sharing. There's a YouTube channel about Friesian horses, and I didn't know. I was sharing it through Facebook so much. They freaking followed me. They followed my channel, and I didn't realize it. And one day I Googled their YouTube channel. I was like, holy crap, I happened to find out that they were following me when I looked at my subscriber list on YouTube. And I love them. There was a picture that I found with trees and stuff in the background. And she just looks at something, and look at the details in her drawing though.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. That's hand drawing.
Yeah, this is my cousin.
Really cool.
My husband's cousin Jamie draws like this.
Very professionally done.
You will like this picture. I saw this one and I thought of you. She posts these on her Facebook.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my goodness. I keep telling her to draw these for journaling cards. I said, but she wants to teach like a younger generation how to draw. She don't want to do the YouTube, because I told her about the junk journaling community. I said, oh my God, you would be like so popular on here. I'm looking. She drew this one picture and I thought, oh my goodness, Millie will love this.
Very cute. Very, very cute. Yes.
I love people that can draw like this. I can draw if I'm in the mood. I can't just sit down. I don't like deadlines or feel forced. I have to really be in the drawing mood. I used to draw a lot on rainy days. I have a picture of a peacock I drew. My mom had hanging on her wall. I have that back in the 80s. I drew that a long time ago.
Look at my bar saloon photo.
I always smile in those pictures. I never keep a straight face in those older pictures. I have a picture of me and Mike and Kristen and Jade like that. And it was funny because me and Jade are smiling, and Jade and Mike and Kristen are the sober face. So here's a cat she drew. I'll show you a flip through. Oh, where's Rebecca? She's my cat person in here. She drew this. This is all Jamie's art. This is a dragon and a unicorn. And there's a girl and a fox. She did this as a depiction from a book.
Oh, wow. Okay.
She did this one, the tiger and the mouse, where he pulled the thorn. I remember that story.
Oh, yes.
Is that an Aesop fable? Can't remember. And then this is her. This is Jamie herself. This is her. These are all her art.
Wow.
This is her mermaid.
Oh, that's nice. That was my first animation, was a mermaid. And I learned how to do animation through the Yahoo groups.
Look, this is the one I thought of you.
Yes, look at that. Look at the eyes on the owl. Did she draw that too?
Yes.
Wow.
She loves to sit
Awesome.
outside and she'll draw like things from real nature. And then she draws mythical stuff too. Like, look at that rabbit.
Awesome work.
But yeah, she's very talented. And then my one grandson, his aunt on his dad's side of the family is the one that drew Snoopy on his dog box with the starry night that hangs in my store. She's also an awesome artist. I don't know if she has this up in her photos or not, but she drew a picture for her brother, and oh my word, it's just fantastic. And she finally did the art show. But it took like, I mean, a really long time. For her oil painting to dry. I can't remember how many days she said it took.
My dog's name, my Chihuahua, her name was Princess Fly Girl.
Ooh, her husband is a vet. And this was a picture she posted on her Facebook. It says, "A warning to pets out there.
What is that?
You may have noticed a lot of these little critters around lately looking like ladybugs. However, they're Asian beetles. They bite, they stink, and they fly around. If you have dog or cats, make sure to check the roof of their mouth once a month because they stick to the roof and make it very sore. They're horrible little things."
Wow.
And they almost look like ladybugs, but they're not. They're orange, oranger.
That's crazy.
Yeah, here's one of her paintings. I'm going to show her name on here because I don't know if she will like that or not. This is one of her paintings.
Beautiful. That looks like a photo.
She did that. And then there's one, it's probably so far down, but she did this one oil painting that her brother wanted, and it's just absolutely gorgeous. I love her art.
Here's the horse that I had.
Aww.
It's actually my son's horse. He sold it. He had it for about 5 years. It was one of them Paso Fino horse. I don't know how you say that in English, but it prances. It's a horse that prances. They call him Paso Fino. Like it doesn't walk normally, it prances, like it's dancing.
I do believe this is her dog. I do believe that painting in the background, she did that too.
That's gorgeous. Cloudy day naps.
That was her doggy. Trying to find the one she did for her brother, but it's probably posted back too far and she doesn't have it in an album. I fell in love with it. You know that it kind of reminds me of that song when the beat goes on, like something on a summer day, and it's a porch on a house, and there's a girl with her hands in the air, and her skirt is twirled around the bottom of her legs where she's like twirling on the porch. And it is so detailed and so beautiful. And she did it for her brother because he asked for it, and it's just awesome. It's one of my favorite paintings that I've seen her do. But I missed her gallery event. I seen where she was talking about it, but I never did get to go to the actual event. And I wished I would have. But I was working at the time in private in-home care, and I think I was working the weekend she had it. That's why she didn't tell me, because I was like, when are you having the gallery event? She goes, I already did. I'm like, what? And I missed it. And she would watch my grandson. It was cute. She would make like little pieces of cauliflower and broccoli. She would put faces on them and make them like people. Turn them into like funny little critters. She's really good that way. She wanted to write children's books and illustrate, but she didn't get to. This is her mother. Look at that picture of her mother.
Oh, wow. That looks very Victorian.
Yeah, that was her mom when she was younger. She lost her mom, and it was so sad when her mom passed away. But I love that picture because that's what it reminded me of too. That was her when she was younger, and this is her before she passed away.
Wow.
Just goes to show, you never realize how young a person looks in their youth. Here's another painting she did in quarantine. She says, a quarantine painting of the day. Look at that.
Oh, wow. That looks like a puzzle piece. A puzzle that you put together.
So I said, I'm surrounded by artists. I love it. Here's another painting she did.
Trees.
Look at this picture she posted. I might be on lockdown, but here I am, sexy and killing it.
Okie dokie.
She got a funny sense of humor. She's a very nice lady, though. She really is. She's a heart of gold.
Okay, let me. Oh. Okay, where did my hook go? Oh, there you are.
Oh my goodness, look how funny this is.
Wow. That fell off and
That's hysterical. She posts the funniest stuff. Oh my gosh, this is so cute.
Some of that stuff is hilarious.
Look here. And this thing. Oh my goodness, hold on. I can't even do it. Look at this roll of toilet paper.
Yep.
top it says he went to Jared's. That's hysterical. I love going down her Facebook page. Oh my gosh.
One I have not seen yet.
Didn't either. Sometimes I like going down pages and stealing pictures and then reposting them just because I think there's just something to it. I don't like sharing because my mom shared a lot of animation pictures. That's how she keeps getting her Facebook page hacked. My mother has changed her Facebook page like 50,000 times. I swear she's got tons. And she's like, delete that because I had to. And it's like, come on. Look how cute this one is. The milk's gone bad. Look at that milk carton.
Oh my goodness. It's worse than water.
I know. He's got like camo on and a face draw. I love her sense of humor. And she is funny. She's the type when she's babysitting kids and stuff, she's right down on the ground with them. This is the one I stole of her. I posted this on my Facebook once. It says, maybe I should slow down on the coffee. Look at the hair on that monkey.
Oh my goodness.
That was a picture I took off of her. I was like, yeah. Here's a picture she did. Look at this one.
Wow.
Can you see it or is it blurry?
It's blurry, but it looks like it's a photo.
It's a girl sitting on a horse in the water.
Yeah. And it looks like it was a photo instead of being hand drawn.
It's another one of her paintings. I'm going down trying to find that one she drew for her brother. I need to see that. Oh, it won't let me go any further. Darn it. I hate you. Oh, there it goes. She's very, very talented. She'd have made great kids' books. But she said, I got sidetracked. Excuse me. She says, I got married. I had my son. And she says, I didn't get to continue my dream. I said, but you should have because you're so good at it. If my vet place that we've went to for years ever closed down, her husband would be who I would go see. I guess he's really, really good with animals.
Oh, I did this upside down. Uh-oh.
Aww. She's posting pictures of her doggy. Her dog's name's Axel.
Axel. That's a nice name.
He's getting up there. He's getting up there in age for sure.
Well, Tammy, it was nice hanging with you. I gotta go because tomorrow I gotta get up early. Well, actually later.
Yeah, I got a doctor's appointment at 9 in the morning.
Today is tomorrow. Tomorrow is today.
Michael should be coming home pretty soon.
Oh,
An appointment at 9 a.m.
yeah.
I was in the shower and all I did was use Alvino because I have eczema on my ears. And I was using Alvino because it feels really good. And I rinsed my one ear under the shower and it clogged and it never came unclogged.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if I'm going to end up with swimmer's ear because I had it when I was a kid or what, but I can't hear out of my one ear. And I thought it was water and I, turned my head sideways and I held my nose and tried to open it. It's not working.
I think if you take some hot almond oil and put a drop in your ear, that'll work. That's what I used to use for my daughter when she was younger. It's like nothing will pop it out.
Yeah, they gave me drops when I was a kid, but it's like, oh my gosh.
And that's really bothersome when your ears like that. It's like annoying.
I know, it's like I can't hear, and my throat's starting to get sore, and it's like, oh no. I don't know if I'm starting to get a sinus infection or not. I shouldn't be because I'm on a probiotic. Like I love honey. Because it's really good for people that get sick a lot, and that I was trying to build my immunity up better, and honey is what I've been doing. And it's like, I mean, it was so bad. I was getting sinus infections back to back. I had like 3 in 1 year. And he puts me, I can't take amoxicillin or penicillin or anything like that. I have allergic reaction to it. So he put me on Z-Packs. That's 3 Z-Packs in 1 year. And he's like, Tammy, says this becoming common. He's like, something about building up your immunity. I'm like, I have no clue how to build up my immunity system. So I started like reading online and stuff and learning, studying like probiotics and different things. And then there's commercials about leaky gut comes up because I have acid reflux. I have a hiatal hernia. I have all this that I battle every day. I have a heart arrhythmia. What don't I have? Small vessel disease in my heart. And it all leads to the same thing. Heart disease.
I thought you were going to say sinus infection.
No. And I just have all this stuff I battle all the time, but I just look up things like hiatal hernia, what you can eat, what you can't eat, and that kind of stuff, because that can come, you can have surgery for that if it gets bad. And I can tell when I'm lifting stuff, because I'm not supposed to be lifting anything. But when I lift books and stuff that's heavy, and that's another reason why I wanted to stop doing the book business, because after I lift so many boxes, I feel like a burning sensation in my stomach area. And when they did the colonoscopy, that's what they found. I have a hiatal hernia.
I have diverticulitis.
So when you see the leaky gut commercial, watch it. It's all the same thing.
I can only eat certain things. And I've had these pains like for many years, over 10, 15 years. And I was being misdiagnosed all the time. And then when I started bleeding is when they finally found that I had diverticulitis.
Now, what's that?
They're like pockets in your intestines. And they're like pockets on the side walls. And after a while, those pockets, it makes the walls thinner and thinner and thinner, you can end up with holes in your intestines and everything's going to spill out.
Oh, no.
So I have these holes that were created in my intestines by the different foods that I ate, not realizing, because for many, many, many years, I was being misdiagnosed. And I had like a whole bunch of them in my lower intestine, the big intestine. And I can't eat nothing that has seeds. I can't eat tomato, cucumbers, grapes. I can take the seeds out of the grapes. But the other one that was really bothering me a lot, which I didn't realize it was that one, is strawberries. I'm a strawberry lover. Like I really love strawberries. And strawberries have these little tiny, tiny, tiny seeds. And I think there's over, I don't know, I think I read that there's over 400 seeds per strawberry. So once I realized what it was that was causing it, I put a stop to it. And lo and behold, my stomach started getting better. My intestine was getting better. Like I was having cramp as if I was pregnant, but 10 times worse.
Oh my.
10 times worse. And they would come and go as if I was contracting.
There's no cure?
When I would go to the bathroom, I would literally throw up and go to the bathroom, the number 2.
Oh my
Every time I
God.
did that, I scream at the top of my lung because of the excruciating pain. I was screaming so bad that my neighbor heard me and thought that I was being beat up for many years, and that was not the case. When I saw a lot of blood, that's when they finally found it. But because I love strawberries so much, what I do now is that I strain it. I strain it so the seeds will not be in my smoothies.
And there's no cure.
For diverticulitis, no. You can heal it by avoiding the foods. And if you like, I tested it and I ate strawberries because I wanted to test it, and that was the wrong thing to do. Because what it does, it stays, all those seeds, they stay in the pocket. They stay in the pocket and they start digging and digging and digging until it finally flushes out. So I would have to drink like a lot of liquids and flush it out as best as I possibly could. But it would take like about a week or so, depending. But back then I didn't know any better.
They can't go in and do anything surgically.
They would have to cut my intestines, but then that was a lot of intestine to cut out.
Oh my.
I could end up with a colostomy bag.
That's what happened to my aunt with Crohn's disease.
Yeah. A lot of people were saying that's what you have, it's Crohn's disease. And the doctors would tell me, nope, that's not what it is.
But how are you supposed to know? I mean, how's a person supposed to know not to eat those type of foods their whole life?
Yeah. Otherwise, it'll come back. You just have to find a way around it, like I did. I love
I know, but I
strawberries
mean,
so
if a
much. And I'm
person
like,
didn't have it and they could get it, I mean, that's sad because you don't know who would pick it up and who wouldn't to prevent those foods. You know what I mean?
I noticed my son was complaining a lot about stomach pain. I noticed he was complaining a lot. And well, I took that and I'm like, let me give him strawberry one day and see if he'll come to me and say he's got stomach pain. I mean, my son's 36 years old, so he's grown. And lo and behold, he came back and told me, he was suffering stomach pain. And I told him, you need to stop eating the strawberries. That's what's doing it. I tested on you twice, and that's what it is. Fruits and vegetables with seeds in it. Tomatoes, what I do is I remove all the seeds out of the tomatoes. Well, I love tomatoes. Tomatoes supposed
I
to be
know, I
good.
like tomatoes too. That's awful.
Cucumbers, I've always loved cucumbers.
Well, they talked about leaky gut when I caught a commercial on YouTube, and it talked about how people don't know that it's happening with all the additives and stuff that they stuck in food. But leaky gut's pretty much when you're something to do at a cellular level that used to be able to push through and it gets clogged up and they just shut down. So it causes people to have all the symptoms like I have, like acid reflux and all this stuff. That if you don't have the right stuff going through your body, and that's when I started studying probiotics, because when my oldest was a baby, she was having really hard bowels that she couldn't move. I mean, we're talking like an adult person's stool, and she's a baby. I mean, she literally had rectal bleeding and everything. I mean, me and my mom would stand there and cry trying to help her poop, using Vaseline and everything. So her pediatrician had us do this stuff called multi-soup-ex, where it was like a powder that you mixed in her bottle. And then he had acidophilus. Well, here recently, when I was studying about probiotics and stuff, I can't remember what I typed in. Acidophilus came back up again. And my daughter had to start drinking coffee just to have a normal bowel movement, even later in life. Like, she still cannot go to the bathroom. So I told her, look up the acidophilus. I said, because I bought some and I was trying it, and it's supposed to promote like flush out all the stuff that's in your system that's not good that they're putting in our foods. Like anything that's like a bacteria or whatever. So I bought the pills and started taking them like 2 a day. And I noticed the big difference. Like I'm not having like the gas pains as bad and with certain foods, of course, I have to watch certain foods I eat too. But she says, Mom, she said, I got up and had the healthiest poop I think I've ever had in my life without drinking coffee since she started on it. And I said, it's so weird how this doctor, he was like, I don't know if he was from Japan or China, I can't remember, but he was one of her very first pediatricians and had her on this as a baby. And now it's like an adult form. You get it right at Walmart. And I ordered it offline and then she picked it up. She says, oh my gosh, I'm like, she's having a regular bowel movement since she started taking these pills. But she says, I know when I eat something bad because it really kicks in.
What worked for me very well to go to the bathroom because I always had a hard time constipated. I was if I wasn't having the runs because of the pain, I was constipated. And what worked for me after I had my cancer surgery, because I was on what's it called, Mucinex, some kind of powder. After all that prescription was all done, all my refills were all done, my doctor told me to eat Cheerios. One, it would help lower my cholesterol, and it did a fine job of me going to the bathroom. And my cholesterol did go down within 2 weeks.
What helps me with cholesterol is oatmeal.
Yeah, I eat a lot of oatmeal too.
Yeah, that is pretty good stuff. But she was drinking coffee and then she says, Mom, I think I have a hernia too, because she was saying, I said, you can't drink coffee all the time. Coffee will bloat you. I like decaffeinated every once in a while, but I can't. It's one of the no-nos. Decaf or caffeinated are both bad for a hiatal hernia. And if you look at the hiatal hernia list, I might as well starve. Because everything I like is on that list.
Yeah.
Here's another.
It's the same thing for me too, because I'm on blood medication.
Here's another picture she drew of the ocean.
That looks so much like a photo. Like somebody snapped a photo. I'm on warfarin, and with that, you're very, very limited to what you can eat. Like I'm not supposed to be eating no greens. Nothing
broccoli. Nothing. Broccoli is very gassy.
Yeah,
it's very gassy, but I eat it anyway because it's my favorite foods.
Nothing that contains vitamin K.
And then 2, when you go through your hysterectomy, the doctor said to take a lot of calcium, extra calcium. They always push that calcium. I said, listen, I cannot do it. I do the calcium level in an actual woman's 1 a day is not enough. So I had to go through supplements and test the IUD levels because if I have too much calcium, I can't go to the bathroom. So I'm constipated. If I have the right amount of calcium that I'm supposed to have, I can't have it because it causes me not to be able to go to the bathroom. And the same thing happened to my mom. And I said, Mom, because she's a diabetic too. And I told my mom, I said, you know what you need to do? You need to lessen. But what I've noticed is my nails have gotten thinner. Like they break real easy and stuff like that because I wasn't getting enough calcium, but I can't take too much. So then I thought, I told my doctor because he runs a vitamin test on me like every 6 months or something. Of course, vitamin D was one I was definitely low on. I had to take because I just had no energy. So I had my vitamin D levels checked, and then I had to take extra that. And then I told him, I said, you know what? It can't be calcium because I drink milk. I like milk products.
Soak in the sun.
And I've done that too. It's not that. It's not showing up, but it's my iron. So I went on my own without my doctor's permission. And I bought an iron supplement up there, and that's what it was. As soon as I started taking the iron, my nails and everything got thicker, and they started growing back. Like, look at this nail, how long it is.
I can't do
I
milk
haven't had
regular.
nails this long in forever because it was what I was lacking was iron.
I've always been able to have my nails nice and long.
Not me. Mine were falling apart, and I have one finger that as it grows out, the nail splits. It's like right here. This nail right here is split clear down, and as it grows, it splits.
Oh, wow. That's another thing. I can't do milk because I'm lactose intolerant.
Not
And
me.
I didn't know that. I used to drink milk like crazy, day and night, day and night. Nobody ever told me that was part of the problem.
Well, I can't eat like breakfast. Like if I eat breakfast, I'm like, the rest of the day, I'm like exhausted. So I told him what I do is I get up. This is my morning regimen. And I felt so much better since I started this. I actually started the one thing here recently, and I've been testing it out because I was talking to a guy friend that I know that's really physical fit. And he was telling me that what he does to help himself feel full, because as you get older, it's like your messages don't reach your brain fast enough or something. I don't want to be addicted to a diet pill. Like I told my doctor, I would like to start something, but I don't want to have to take a pill, like a diet pill every day to do it. Like on some of these fads you see going around. So he told me his big thing, if you can stand it, is the apple cider vinegar with the mother. He said if you take that you take and mix that into water and you drink that before you eat, a half an hour before you eat, it will fill you up faster where you don't overeat. Besides slowing down and chewing your food. But I think we're a nation that even in school, you only have so much time to have lunch before you have playtime. And I see people wolfing their food down so fast, even when you work in the workplace. You're hurrying up trying to eat your lunch just to get back to work. And I feel like people eat too fast. And now I've learned to slow down my intake, and I'm finding like big changes. So that with the mother, what I do is I get up every morning. I take a measuring cup that I have sitting right in my strainer, fill it up with a cup of water, put it in a coffee cup, put it in a microwave for 80 seconds. I pull it out. I put a tablespoon of apple cider vinegar with a mother, 2 tablespoons, mix it in, and then 2 tablespoons of honey. And I'm not talking store-bought honey with additives. I'm talking beehive honey, organic. Mix
I
it
was
in.
telling somebody about organic honey, and they were like, organic?
Yeah.
Like, what's in the honey? Like,
if you look at some of the store-bought honey,
I regretted saying that I buy organic. Like they were trying to tell me regular honey is organic too. Like, what can you put in the honey that doesn't make it organic? I said, look, to myself, I didn't say it to the person. I'm not gonna be.
I'd say read the additives.
Something with somebody who's just gonna keep coming back at me when I'm trying to say something.
No, because I would say no. Read the additives, because people can add stuff to honey, just like peanut butter. Organic peanut butter does not have a bunch of additives, but when you look at the back of Jif, that's not organic. Organic peanut butter is very bland. I bought a jar of it and I told my daughter, I said, it tastes like crap.
Yeah,
and she said,
I buy a lot of organic. It's
expensive, mix the honey with the peanut butter and you'll get a better flavor. It just doesn't have all that sweeteners that like Jif in them have. So there is a difference between organic
with people.
Yeah, but you tell them there is a difference between organic peanut butter and organic honey. Tell them to read the label, because in some of the honeys they can put extra additives in them.
Yeah.
So what I do is I drink that for breakfast every morning. I started doing this. My body even feels different. Like my daughter, she even said the same thing.
Yeah.
And then that's all I do is do that first. And then I wait for like 15 minutes, and milk is considered a food sustenance, or your kids wouldn't have had milk after their formula. So I take a coffee mug of milk, a half of it, and that's what I take my vitamins with, because my vitamins, they force you, medications where you got to have to eat. Well, I don't want to eat. So I use milk to take my vitamins because I'm not ready to eat yet. I don't eat until like the afternoon. I don't like eating in the mornings because if I want breakfast, I will have it for lunch, because I feel like when I eat a heavy breakfast, all I want to do is go to bed. I feel so non-productive when I eat a big breakfast. I just can't do it. I don't care if they say breakfast is the most important dinner, the day of the meal. I'm not eating it.
If we're on the road early in the morning, we'll eat breakfast in the morning. But at home, you know what time we eat breakfast? 11 and 12.
Yeah, I can't do it. Now, if you're talking like a breakfast of a smoothie with like fruit and
Yeah, I do that.
yeah, and some like
Absolutely 3 times a day.
yeah, or something like
And
that.
I make
can
it
do a
myself.
smoothie for breakfast, but I want something light.
I make it homemade.
But my dad used to have a smorgasbord. We're talking sausage and pancakes and bacon and eggs and hash browns homemade.
Oh, you're making me
And
hungry.
that was so heavy. It was so heavy for me.
Making me hungry. Yeah, that's
Here's
what I
that
call a heavy
picture.
meal.
Here's the picture she did for her brother.
And that's nice. Dang, that looks so
Isn't
good.
that
It
beautiful?
looks like a part of a magazine spread.
She did that entire picture, and that's my favorite.
Wow.
She put finally finished the painting for my brother. It was inspired by the song Thunder Road. The screen door slams. Mary's dress waves like a vision as she dances across the porch as the radio plays Roy Orbison singing For the Lonely. Hey, that's me, and I want you only. And that's the picture I fell in love with of her art. And I wanted to save it, but it wouldn't let me. Oh, I can save it to my phone. Yay!
Finally
I
got it.
wanted to save it to show people, but she said it took, like over a month. Like it took like 3 months to dry because it was all an oil painting.
Wow. She commissioned those paintings?
That was one for her brother. But she did have that art show. So I don't know how she did on her art show. But I'm
impressed.
But all I know between that and then all I take in pills for anything is a woman's one a day. I take a vitamin C, a vitamin D. I take my 2 acidophilus pills to help. It just cleans your system out. It's amazing. I take those and
what's it called again?
Acidophilus. Here, I'll send you.
Write it down. It sounds like Snuffleupagus. You know Snuffleupagus?
No. And my daughter's like, I can't remember. I can't believe that you remember this stuff. And I said, Jade, when you were a baby and you had a hard time pooping, believe me, I remember all of it. It was Multi-Soup X first and Acidophilus second. And I never forgot it. And you can read about it. Here, let me get it for you.
That's a prescription?
No. You can get it right over the counter. It's called Spring Valley Acidophilus Probiotic Tablets. Here, let me get the link for you. Anybody that's interested, go read about it. It's
what about, do you think they might sell it on Amazon?
No, I get it at Walmart.
Oh, okay. I'm going to Walmart tomorrow. Okay. I need put it here in the comment.
Really? Oh, I hate when they make their links so long. Hold on. I'll send it to you through Messenger. But my daughter read about it and she knew that I was, because I said, I'm trying it for a little while, before I tell you how it makes me feel before and then she's like, well, I'm going to try it just to see what happens. And she just is blown away by it. Here, and I'll put it in chat for anybody else that wants to. Hey, you have constipation or you feel like you're getting all the additives from junky food out there. Here, this is the name of it. You can type it, write it out on a piece of paper. It's just like it sounds, acidophilus. And you put that in Google search, and there you go. Look it up, read about it, and you'll see. It's great for cleaning out your system because they say the whole thing about leaky gut was it said it's at a cellular level. And if you ever catch it on a commercial on a YouTube video, watch it because it's very informative. Because you can even type in leaky gut and read about it on Google. That your cells get backed up from all this junk because it cannot get rid of it because it's what is put in our foods for longer shelf life, and it's not good for us because we cannot digest it. I remember as a kid, my mom would buy, because I love cottage cheese. I love small curd cottage cheese. My mom would buy it, but if you didn't have that ate up within in a matter of 3 to 4 days, you could smell it spoiled. Now it doesn't ever spoil because they put something in our foods that's I think they said it's 1 milligram from plastic or something. Mm-hmm. We cannot digest this. So the cells, what it is it's picking up this stuff that they're putting in our food, and the cells cannot get rid of it fast enough. So they shut down and they quit. So what happens is when you take a probiotic like honey or whatever's recommended out there in the acidophilus and all this, it helps those cells continue to flush the bad out of your system. And that's when you know you've eaten something wrong. I had salads and I was eating real healthy. Of course, I have a little bit of tolerance to the green because of the hiatal hernia, but I wasn't going to the bathroom. I wasn't having bad stomach cramps. But then I turned around and made something with gravy, something really bad. Let me tell you, I was running to the toilet. That's what acidophilus does. It flushes all that bad out of your system. And it's like a natural product. I've never seen any side effects to it. Now, me doing the apple cider vinegar with the mother, that you have to be careful with because some people can get nauseous. Some people can get a burning sensation because vinegar is harsh. So when you do the apple cider vinegar, if you want to try it, you might want to start with 1 tablespoon and 1 tablespoon of honey and a cup of water. I do too because it doesn't bother me. I've done it long enough. But it will change the smell of your urine not being gross, but it will because it's vinegar. But it's apple cider vinegar with the mother. What the mother is, it's actually it's a rotten apple that's in it. You can see it floating inside of the vinegar. But it's really good for you. And me and my daughter were talking about how back in the days, nothing was wasted. Everything was used for a purpose. And it's got to say with the mother on the apple cider vinegar for it to work. But this guy was a health nut and he told me to try it. And I don't know, I just feel cleansed, if that makes any sense. You don't understand it till you do it. But I drink that every single day to start my day. And if you do it a half an hour, I don't do it in front of every single meal like it says. For somebody that wants to diet and you want to lose weight, and you can do this the rest of your life if you want to, because apple cider vinegar, you get a great big jar of it. It's not like you're out running around buying diet pills and stuff and paying $39.99. This is 1 bottle of vinegar that will last you a while. And that's what I started a few weeks ago. I've been doing this now for a few weeks and I feel like a different person. I feel so much lighter. Now, whether I'll lose weight, I won't know yet because I'm not going to weigh myself every single week. So I'm going to give it probably about, I would say 3 months. I wrote my initial weight down. And I'm going to wait for 3 months before I actually weigh myself because I think people get too disappointed if they weigh themselves too soon.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
you take I do 2 tablespoons, like I said, a cup of water, put it in the microwave. I measure it 80 seconds, pull it out, 2 tablespoons of the apple cider vinegar with the mother, 2 tablespoons of the organic honey, mix it together, and that's what I drank. They say to do it a half an hour before breakfast, lunch, and dinner. It'll make you feel fuller where you're not binging food. Now, I don't eat 3 meals a day. I've only always pretty much eaten twice. So I only do it before breakfast. I haven't done it twice a day yet. We'll see how this goes in a few months. And if I'm not losing weight as fast as I would like to, then I'll probably do it in front of the other meal. But a lot of diet pills they have out now, they tell you to drink 8 ounces of water, and they have like I can't remember the name of the pill that they have out. It's actually a good pill, but it's expensive. That they've done tests on. It's like instead of having liposuction, it's another form of it. And it's okay. I lost 25 pounds on this pill, but who can afford $39.99 all the time? So I quit taking it and I started this just to see what would happen, because this you can maintain and it's natural. So it's supposed to do the same thing this pill does, but it's a lot cheaper. Because if you break down some of the diet pills, I can't think of the name of this one that's real popular. They're always showing it on TV, but if you study what's in it, there's 2 ingredients you can actually get from the organic section that's actually makes this pill. That's why it works. But to buy it separate, it's more costly than buying the pill they made. But it's pretty much an appetite suppressant, and it's all natural. And my husband's like, you lost like 25 pounds on this pill, which I did. But I don't want to keep paying that amount of money every single month, because you only get like enough. You have to take the pill like 3 times a day. So you go through that bottle pretty fast. And I told him I would rather find a cheaper alternative. So that's what I did with the apple cider vinegar. So we'll see what happens. I will let you know the results. And if it's not fast, I don't want to lose my weight too fast, because you don't put it on fast. When you gain weight over a period of time and you want to take it off slower, because if you take it off slower, you're going to maintain it. You're going to keep it off.
I also have to eat gluten-free foods.
Yeah, I eat gluten-free too.
Yeah.
And you got to watch, like, even breads. Like, people think, oh, I'm going all wheat, I'm going all 100% grain. Well, guess what? Those aren't good either all the time. If you read the back of your, I don't like wheat bread, but I don't mind the whole grain with wheat, because it's not just wheat. But if you read the ingredients on the back of that, sometimes it'll say corn syrup and it has a different form of sugar. Well, those 2 things added together are just as fattening as white bread. So you don't want that kind of bread. You really got to know your ingredients. And a guy that my daughter worked with, he's like a total organic nut. Like, he likes everything fresh. He don't shop in the grocery stores. He shops online. But he said that if you go into a store, this is how he says is the easiest way to shop when you want to watch your weight. Look at the back. If you don't know what the ingredients are, you don't have to take the time if you're not, if you're in a rush and you have a busy life, a bunch of kids, whatever. Anything that has a list of above 11 ingredients, do not buy it. He says that's the easiest way I can tell you, 11 or less. He says, usually I go 9 or less, but he says, but just think about it. When you're in the fruit section, you see an apple. The only ingredient on an apple is apple. The only ingredient on a banana is a banana. And Weight Watchers used to have where you portioned your fruit and vegetables. They don't do that anymore. You can have as much fruit and vegetables as you want throughout your entire day, because your body doesn't retain it. It flushes it right back out. It's your other food you got to worry about. But he says that's my advice, and then my daughter started following it, because she she was in cheering when she was in school. And it's not that she was the type of person, it's not that she was a fitness nut, but my daughter, you got to think about this. You're using your arms to lift your body weight when you're doing jumps and flips and whatever you do in cheering. Hers was more, how am I supposed to lift my body weight type of thing. Then it was really a diet thing. So she just wanted to stay fit. So she has retained all this stuff. She did like all these different like videos, like she likes Tybo and like different things that comes out just because, she's a mom of 4, so she has to be active. And she stays fit because of that reason. She says, it's not that I want to diet, I just want to stay in better shape. And I think you're more disciplined when you have been in a sport. I notice a lot of the kids grow up from sports. They try to stay in that discipline because it's more of a health thing than it is a diet thing. So that's what it is with her. So she, she shares stuff that she learns, and she says, yeah, but he says, because she's like, I don't know what this is. I don't know what that is. I don't have time to study it, because she was working. And so he told her, hey, Yvonne. So he told her 9 to 11 ingredients or less. Don't buy any food past that.
Good morning, Yvonne.
You flip your food around. You see if it has that amount. You can count your ingredients. And if it's past that, don't buy it. He made it simple for her. So I just been really paying attention when I go out and I look at the ingredients. We saw 2 loaves of whole grain bread. One had way more ingredients than the other. So I bought the lesser. And that's how you do it. Instead of doing the eat this, not that book, do the ingredient size. Eat this, not that, whichever is better. But that's how I've been shopping lately. I've just been paying attention to what's on the back of the packages. Mm-hmm. A lot of your organic frozen foods, like you hear all these diets, like the Atkins, but you got to watch frozen foods because it's packed with salt. They are so high in sodium. And my mother is a diabetic with high blood pressure. So when I look at what my mom eats, her foods are so bland. She cannot have salt and she cannot have sugar. So I have a diabetic cookbook here, and there was even some things I saw in there that was too high in sodium for her. So
that's even crazy, right?
Yeah, I told my mom, I said, I don't know how you do it. I said, you have to starve. But her foods are just really bland. Like she'll make her regular chicken broth off the bone. A lot of her broths are from the bone. She refuses to buy bouillon cubes and anything like that because it's all bad. So she makes her chicken and noodles, and then she'll put some carrots in it. Like she'll throw stuff in there that's healthy, but her food is always bland like that. She don't cook with no extra salt or nothing in her foods. And she stays fit. She does pretty good. And here she was on shots, and here, I don't know, the past year or so, she was telling my daughter that she had lost so much weight, they just took her off her diabetic shot. So she's doing really well. Her foods may be bland, but it's healthy. But yeah, I was looking at I had a diabetic cookbook come in, and I thought even if a person wanted to cut down, that's a way to look at too. For a little bit of healthier food recipes is maybe look, but then I saw some things in there with high in salt, and I was like, oh my. So you got to be careful when you're working and you're a mom. Like my daughter is a mom of 4, and she was like, she don't have time. Like she tries to prepare all her meals now that she's at home. But when she was working, yeah, it's easier to fall into the frozen organic food category because you're always moving. You don't want to take that time to cook. But the best food you could possibly eat is what you actually take time to cook. So That's what I've been trying to do. Like I've been looking up new recipes for things, and we tried a few new ones here lately that weren't very bad. But I love ham. And oh my god, ham is so loaded with freaking salt. But I like keeping those for the holidays. Like I see pumpkin pies in the store all year round. I don't want pumpkin pie all year round. I like my pies around certain holidays because I don't miss it if I have it the rest of the year. But I will tell you a pie that's really good, even though it's got seeds in it though, is the Razzle Dazzle. My husband loves this pie. It's oh, who makes the pies in the green boxes in the frozen section?
In the green boxes?
Yeah, she's got chocolate pie. It's in the frozen. It's always in the frozen section. I can't think of her name.
I know who you're talking about.
Oh crap. I hate that when that happens. Hold on. I'll tell you here in a second. It was so funny because people thought I made this homemade. When I took it to the family reunion, I'm like, no, it's store-bought. They couldn't believe it. Marie Callender's.
Yes.
Marie Callender's makes this pie called the Razzle Dazzle pie. And let me tell you what, I take and I smear a little butter on the top of this pie crust because it's on the top and bottom. And I sprinkle just a tad bit of sugar across that pie. Oh, it's perfect every time.
I have not seen this one in our grocer, but this has like raspberries and blueberries. See, it's got seeds, so I wouldn't be able to eat it.
I know. That's the bad part.
Mm-hmm.
With the Marie Callender, it kind of looks like this without the split. And it's got blackberries and red raspberries.
Mm-hmm.
And it is so good.
It's got all them seeds in it, so that ruins it for me. But the only way I can do the raspberry and blueberries is by straining it and doing it in a smoothie.
Now, see, me and a friend of mine tried to perfect a pie that would work perfect for you. When people pick the big black berries outside, if you would take and strain that like you were making a jelly, but mix it with whipped cream, it wouldn't have the seeds. We had a cloth that we were straining it in, and we put all the berries in and we were squeezing it because we were trying to make a blackberry flavor pie. And it's so funny because Marie Callender's come out with one, and you don't need sugar because your Cool Whip already has sugar. So if you strain just the flavoring into the Cool Whip, there you go.
Sounds good. I'll try it.
Because I love blackberries. We used to pick them by the buckets for my mom, and she would make those cobblers.
Yeah, we had to pick them every weekend or Thursday and Friday before the weekend because my mom would sell it at the farmer's market, and it would sell like crazy.
You know, Yvonne, it's funny because I love animals. I do. And I don't see how it's done, and I probably wouldn't eat it if I did. But I am a meat lover. It would take a lot for me to become a vegetarian. I like my meat too much. Now, my husband has deer hunted, and I have seen, I mean, my daughter was devastated when she came in the house crying, and me and my mom couldn't figure out what was wrong with her, and she was hiding. And she swore up and down that we killed Santa's reindeer because there was a deer in the back hanging from the tree.
Oh my goodness, it's 1 o'clock. I'll see you guys. Have a wonderful night. Thank you for having me.
All right.
Bye, ladies. Bye, lovely ladies.
I'm
sorry I have to go, but I have to go. I have to be up at 7 and be out of the house by 8.
Well, thanks for coming.
Yes, thank you for having me.
Oh, you're welcome.
We shall do it again, right?
Yep.
Okie dokie. Bye, Yvonne. And anybody else that's there? Okay.
Yeah, that was we had to
What do I do? I just go ahead and just click out and that's it?
here.
I've never been on.
Yep, just click out. But yeah, we had to explain to her that it was a special kind of reindeer. It was horrible. But I've never been on a farm to see how it's done. Like my mother was raised on a farm, so they pretty much knew what happened, what happens. But I know that there's a lot of vegetarians that are having issues because they're not getting enough protein and they're getting sick. And I don't know. There's just different ways of looking at it. I mean, whales eat meat and it's the food chain to me, but I can't do peanuts and seeds, and that's just not me. I just can't do it. I hate peanuts. I don't like nuts in anything. So for me to get my protein would be really rough. But it's a way of life. Like I know some people that are vegetarians. That's their choice. I'm cool with it. I don't criticize it, but I know that some people were getting sick because they weren't getting enough protein because they weren't eating right. And I had anemia a long time ago that was really hard for me because protein's a big thing. But I can do without some meats. Like I don't do liver, none of that kind of stuff. Back when we were growing up, meat was expensive. Like you just did regular meals and then meat was like a special occasion. But I like certain things and certain things I could care less about. But I like my beef. I like my steaks. I like my fish. It would be I think those things would be really hard to give up. I think one week I tried it and I was like, nope, ain't happening. They say chicken's one of the filthiest animals you can eat. I don't know. I guess it would have to take time, but I know I've listened to some people that became vegetarians, like Kat Von D explained it in one of her videos that it's not something that you have to do overnight. You can take your time and like work your way into it. So I guess if a person did that way, it'd be a little easier. Well, that's awesome that you're giving it a try. Yeah, there's quite a few people. There was a guy that was on with Kat Von D when she did her video, and he was the same. He was raised around farms, and he just couldn't. After everything he saw, he was a vegetarian. He couldn't do it. I'm sure a lot of people would be grossed out if they seen what actually happened. You know what I mean? I think it's easier because you don't. Because me and my husband were talking about that one time, how we envied the Indian culture. Because I told him I probably would starve. I can't see myself catching a fish and cleaning it. I love salads, though. I do love salads. I could eat a salad every single day for lunch. I think my weakness is I love bread. Like that's a big thing for me to give up. It's just what's bad is all the foods that's good for you is so expensive. That's why a lot of people have a hard time like going organic and stuff, because it's just so pricey. It's the junkier food that's cheaper. That's what's sad. We do have a farmer's market here, though. Which is nice. People have fresh produce. I don't know. I just don't know if I could give up my meat. I know my husband can't. He like freaks out if I don't cook meat with every so often. He's like, I'm hungry. Probably the only way I could get my protein is if I had peanut butter. I like peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. I just don't like nuts. He'll sit upstairs with cashews and stuff like that, but I never could get into peanuts. I just never liked it. Unless it's creamy. I like creamy peanuts. Creamy peanut butter. I love unpacking my boxes. This has been so cool. To start bringing all my mail down here and unpacking them has been crazy. I got 2 boxes to throw away of the priority mails that I emptied. I'm happy. I'm organizing as I unpack. Well, thanks for stopping. My hubby just got home from work. And I usually try to do a stream for like an hour or 2, but with Millie on here, I stayed longer. But we did good. I crafted in my book that I'm working on as I unpack from who I buy from, or if they're my favorite crafter that I bought from or got a Happy Mail from, I'm making a 2-page spread. So I did JD first, Uni Desiree, Willowbound Journals. Second page is Patty Lang. I put her name in there. Everything that reminds me of them is what I do the spreads. And then the third was Amy. And then Pearl. I did Pearl tonight. So hopefully I'll be able to fill my book up. That's what my intention is to do with this book. I've had fun, but I'll put their names on the pages so I know who the pages are dedicated to. Look at that Pearl. Little Pearl looking heart for Pearl. So that's what I've been working on. My little junk journal. I got 2 signatures in this and my dyed paper. So this is fun. This is my dedicated. This is my Sunny Fun Time mail book. I think I might even put Sunny Fun Time mail on here somewhere. We'll see. And she did a cute little Rolodex. Is what she was working on. It's fun crafting, having a crafting partner. But thanks for coming in and who all's in. I hope whatever time zone you're in, you're having a great time. And I'll be back. And Think Dragon was in the description. You'll see hashtag YouTube Personality Appreciation, which is a movement that I hope catches on YouTube with people. And that's all you got to do is stick it in your description. If you shout out a channel, you can even put their name behind it. And then when you go to the YouTube search, if you type in YouTube Personality Appreciation with the hashtag, it should come up with the list of people. And I hope it catches on, because I think that every channel should be more than a number that you follow. You should know something about them. And that's what I do. That's what I'm doing it for, because I think it's a positive thing, positive way. So what I'll do is I've been print screening or screenshot, whatever you call, the top of the person's channel. And then I'll put it in my community tab is what I'm doing. And that's all the one person a week is what I do every Wednesday. So that the person knows people pay attention. We're more than just numbers. We're people. So anyways, I'm going to go. And I hope wherever you're at, you have a great time. Bye. See you soon.